So we'd like to start Tokyo DDC Annual Awards 2024 East Underbar Tokyo 2023. Mariko Okazaki will talk. So first, I am Mina Tabe, who was the judge for the critique.
In this work, the art exhibition, the graphics displayed at various places, in posters, or web social media, on various media, the graphic was displayed, and this you can see items are reflected and the margins and the spaces are changing, and on posters, the pictures and photos are different on each work. It offered a lot of variations, and the work is changing in a very flexible manner, which is very interesting. And how to capture graphic against the margin, in my view, is stable or undefined intentionally. I think it hasn't been in movement, in motion. That is the graphics, how it's designed in the work. And when take a look at the landscape, it's expressing that you can see a lively, young energy from the work. And east, this typography looks similar to this expression, but it looks like something inflating, round-shaped typography. It looks distorted, but looks 3D, uneven inflation, swelling up, and the same E or A or other letters look different. This also gives an impression of undefinedness or unstableness, but still it shows very strong presence in her work. These are some things I wanted to ask her questions. And these graphics at the time of for East, what are the reasons you decided to do this, and adding this kind of quality, texture to this? What are the background of these? That's my comment.
Thank you very much for the critiques. To have seniors in my profession to capture the characteristics of my work, it's a very important opportunity, so I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. As for the texture, you touched upon that, but in terms of the texture, when I make the design, it's the part where I'm very particular about. So I'm very grateful that it received attention. In terms of the works that come to my studio, is modern arts, and there are a lot of clients related to modern arts. So in terms of the visual styles that I have, rather than showcasing that, there's the curation and the work, and against that, we make an order-made fit work. And as I try to explore that, one of the methodologies that I found is where you have curators and artists, these concepts, the words that I receive from that, to translate that element visually is what I am trying to do. For this East Tokyo 2023, I took the same methodology. Therefore, in terms of the visuals, before I touch upon that, I want to talk about the East Tokyo 2023, what kind of event concept it was. In terms of the official overview, I think is the most easiest to understand, so I'm going to read that out. East East Tokyo 2023 is an art event that is a major renewal and relaunch of the East East Tokyo Art Fair, which was created in 2020. In February 2023, close to the National Museum of Modern Art, Tokyo, at the Science Museum located in Kitanomaru Park, the first event was held. This event consists of exhibition as well as programs. This is the entrance, the big room or wall, and you see this where people are able to come and put on some flyers at the entrance wall. It's a very free entrance wall. So based in Tokyo, 24 of the galleries, art exhibitions, art selling, as well as showcasing art projects, in addition as presenting video screening, sounds and live performances, talks, round tables, viewing tours, introducing food and encouraging interaction among the participants at the food court. And as an off-site program, in the streets of street Shibuya and Shinjuku, there was the video exhibitions. This is in Shibuya at the crossing, the Hit Vision, the large ad vision where we showed the works, and also at clubs as well as live houses we conducted music programs, allowing visitors to experience the cultural science, scenes and community values of the Tokyo artist. East East Tokyo 2023 is a platform introducing Tokyo and Japan-based artists as well as art galleries to Japan and abroad, and promoting cultural exchange between the participants. At East Day, we tried to have galleries as well as Japan-based artists, critiques, viewers, collectors, and companies. All of these art players collaborate to be able to provide a cultural ecosystem where the art is seen as fair and market economy and culture comes in. That is the overview of the official overview. It was only a 3-day event, but a lot of the visitors came, so I think there were around 10,000 or more visitors, and it received a lot of good voices. Initially, we were worried that we won't have any visitors, but we started to gradually see increase in the visitors, and at the end, many visitors did come by. East East Tokyo 2023. From the directors, the message of the concept we received was with potential diverse individuals brimming with potentials form community that transcends boundaries seamlessly is the platform, was the concept that was received. And I put that into, replaced that word into graphic element. In terms of your question, the ballooning texture, the expression we apply that to each of these alphabets is the individual word ballooning potential is a visual interpretation. And also from that, this ballooning-like element is also engulfed here. Within the venue, the sign that shows the room is a large alphabet, and there, this texture can be seen and represents as an identity. That's how the Science Museum has a funny shape, and there's this central hall, and there radically there are various rooms. But in this center room, the ABCD alphabet is posted, the poster is posted, is the signage, and which is what is shown here. Under this project, the London Type Foundry, Collabon Foundry, Monostem typeface was used. From there, we made original display font. There are three different types of alphabets which we broke down and has been reassembled. This is represented each of the words as a community and shows the diversity within the community where I imagined. That's why it's thick and also very thin. So there are parts with different variances which is combined to make it one alphabet, which is where it's kind of led from this image of the community. At the venue, there are various galleries using these veneer or using this wooden simple wall. It's divided where you have the exhibition space. So it's like an art fair like type what was used. It is actually an art fair, but it's not a normal art fair. Each of the signage is on, the alphabet is on the signage.
On
the Instagram, we use this original font, and through that we provided unity. This seamless bar, underbar that moves, expands and contracts. The actual title is East Underbar Tokyo 2023, which is that the underbar is connected to something beyond. That's where it came from. That's the origin of this name. And this line is that underbar. So normally, communities that are divided transcends and connects is replaced into this visual, is the expression of this underbar that moves around. In the signage, this underbar was very active. And the wall of the venue, this underbar that moves around, was showed during the evening. You're able to see this from a faraway distance, and it's an interesting and I think was very effective. On the website, when you go to a different page, the underbar also changes. So if I speak like this, it seems that everything appears to be automatically translated, but actually translating words to visual elements such as textures and shapes and the sensory adjustments, I go back and forth, is how the design actually goes about. Separate from the concept in terms of style, there was an order. The fine art world, which is utilized in the in museums as well as major galleries, and also the rough and flexible mood utilizing music and fashion. They wanted me to make something in between. The expression of the ballooning texture is more of a visual language that is closer to culture. However, rather than treating as it is from a meta perspective, I felt it is very important to control the textures. So rather than a shiny, slippery virtual texture, I imagine more an analog actual material image like a matte rubber balloon, and I fine-tuned the gradation to make it look like that. At the end, for promotional reasons, I had to reject it, but I also considered making it an image rather than a shape and adjusting the noise and photo texture, and went back and forth. So this balloon-like for what seems to be made on a computer, it seems like a thing that is very popular. I think that's not what I wanted to do. So therefore, in terms of this impression, I'm just citing is the attitude I took. Therefore, I adjusted the texture and tried to accelerate that through that method. In other words, this virtual thing in real space, I wanted to make it as though the texture as though it was taking a photograph. I think this analog material expression was probably a mismatch with the 3D expression of this balloon, and I think that's what Mrs. Tomei described as the discomfort as blurriness and instability. Also, the main focus of the project was the people and artworks gathering here, whilst East itself is only a platform. Whilst functioning as a VI without being too assertive, which was carefully considered, I think we stripped away many of the elements, so it became a lot of a black and white design with lots of space. As a result, as a style, it gives the impression of a fine art graphics where the mixture and culture is mixed. The poster's design took the same policy. In other words, it is literally a platform, in other words, printing lots of what would be a paper, and there on which images of each version of the work from all the galleries exhibited were pasted to create a lot of variations. The art galleries has major as well as undergrounds from those who are fine art as well as culture. So everything is mixed. So it was very difficult to represent one which would be against the policy of the fair. I therefore took that in mind when designing East Tokyo 2023. Through these processes and concepts, I came up with the final design. In other projects too, the translation of the concept through a visual and the style balance, I go back and forth as I do my work. Texture is treated as an element of graphic design on par with a shape and a color. That is all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tatsuki-san.
I'd like to ask you some follow-up questions, if I may. Earlier, you talked about analog texture and tried to dig deep, but it was difficult in the actual operation, so you tried to backpedal on that. And how eventually you made this typography in terms of texture in specific approaches? It's very simple. Mirror effect. I used the effect to create gradation. I used a very simple effect to create this texture. and try to replicate the sensation of black matte balloon, and the center part of the color was not white, but I tried various grays and adjusted how gradation was created there using very simple tool to adjust texture. When it is printed out, I try to look I think very nice. I didn't do any technical things. So use digital approach. That is correct. But in the middle, I incorporated some of the noises on the typeface, and in other works, I used Illustrator and brought it to Lightroom, and in Lightroom I added some photographic processing and printed that out, or I scanned it again. I went through, in a way, various adjustment of changing texture by processing. But in terms of operation, I had to make a large volume of items. And this is not actually typable. I worked very hard to prepare all of these using Illustrator. All of these are Illustrator-made objects, and so I need to use Illustrator to create text. At the office in East Secretariat, and there's one person who can handle graphics, and three of us, Taoka-san, my staff member, and a person from East, and Ishikawa Maho-san, three of us try to create text by arranging all of these typefaces. It required a lot of effort. So that's how you operate it. Use this typeface. In the video, I think it moves like a spring, the underbar. It was very flexible and dynamic. You talked about how you strike the right balance. You were trying to identify what would be the best point you should achieve. And typography and underbar movement, these items, they are so undefined and showing instability on the totally different layers and expansion. These are the feelings I sensed from your work. And so-called analog style is not something you are trying to replicate. It feels like something very dry, even though there's stability in movement. Okazaki-san, I think you are handling all of this in a very dry manner, which seems very new to us. I think that relates to what you've mentioned as you are citing. Perhaps the movement of on the bar, I think it is programmed, if you will, and how you try to handle, adjust the underbar movement and how it moves, whether it is digitalized. I'd like to know your approach in how you let it moving around. I set some rules behind that. Behind, I said and the starting point and ending point, the starts were installed in the grid, transparent behind, and use the curve tool in Illustrator. That is what I used. And that is how I let the underbar move. So it goes around. I set the point in accordance with the grid behind, and by dotting the point, you can set the movement of the underbar. So it creates a very strange form of the bar, and without adjusting it, I try to show it to the work. I think that looks unique. But you did not use any programming or anything. You just used the tool of Illustrator. And I think that creates some additional impact and effects. I cannot do everything, so I try to stick to something simple, setting rules in advance, and in following the rule, I try to let it dry, and when the shape will become unique, then I pick the moment. I pick some nice ideas from a automatic generation. That is something I think I'm good at doing. Not doing something from scratch, but setting rules in advance, and I can pick something good out of that experiment. That is something I feel very suited to me. The rules, setting that, would that take some time? These rules, how should I say this? These rules come from the concept, the work. Based on this concept, I can come up with this or that rule. That is, I think I can rapidly come up with. So I do a lot of trials and errors and take a look at the outcomes and results. I sometimes throw it away or pick something up, and that is the process I take some time. So the step is you are to prepare some visual items, but before that you will set some rules, and within the scope rules you try to identify something. Yes, that is correct. Rules come first and then automatically generated things. That is something I will filter through my senses visually whether that will make sense as the work. Based on the rules, that is the process. I like picking something, selecting something. I like picking up some photos from, I like selecting things from various items. I met you before and had a discussion with you. When you try to create a book, you will create a book by yourself, buying all the paper and materials from scratch. That's what you do. Perhaps I think you like experimenting and making theory and hypothesis and give it a try. That is, I think, something you like to do. I think so, yes. I cannot create something from scratch. Rather, I think I like taking a look at something and create something out of it. I think that is the option I have. Thank you.
Next session, Tokyo TDC Award 2024. It's only a paper, Sphere 1211, Mr. Tachibana. And I'm Akihisa Tainaka, who was one of the judge. Today, I brought this after the award, so I was asked to do a critique, which is the reason why I'm sitting here. Even if I say a critique, TDC award is not something you talk and say this is good, this is bad. It's not a lot of discussions, but rather the individual are able to decide, and as a result of that, these awards are rewarded. Sometimes, if there is a division of the opinion, of course we discuss. And as an image, what I recall is that your book a lot of people voted for that. In particular, I really liked it, so I was always pushing for this work. And the Secretariat was looking at that, therefore asked me, Tanaka, to make the critique, which is probably the reason why I'm sitting here. And I do want to underscore my critique is not the opinion of all, but I want to touch upon my personal opinion. First, with you, Tachibana-san, this is the second time I'm seeing you, and speaking with you. Even though I know you for more than 20 years, and I'm from a place called Musabi no Kuko, and you were a teacher there, so we have very mutual friends, so I have a lot of feelings for you. But in your work, what has the biggest impression of your work is in Omose Sando 2 or 3 years ago, there was a store called Higashi Aoyama, East Aoyama. And during the BGM, I still have that at home, but that was a small wrapped. There was a lot of small papers inside that. I really liked it. Did you not bring that today with you? No, I did not. You've kept it in heart, so you didn't bring it with you. On a red Rezak paper, there's some red printing, and there's this thin matte thing, and inside that there's a small booklet or a silk. These various paper, there's the print, and it's a small, a very delicate paper. But it's not too assertive. It's, despite it being something 20 years ago, it still recalls me. It leaves me an impression. You had an amazing variation. You utilized various papers to make that processing. Sometimes people think it's too much, but the balance of the print and the paper and this lightness was made very well. I pondered, who is this amazing person? That's the impression. And from then, I've always been looking at your work. In the catalogue, you have been producing a lot of works. I think this is the first in this museum as an official catalogue. This is only a paper when Kyutai 11 was created. So the texture of holding it, the softness, the texture, and the way you use the photograph and the graphic, it's very Tachibana-san like, but it's still very simple, and you've kind of made it into a book. You've kind of put bulk of all your work, and it's a very simple book. But during the judgment, it came into my eye, catch my eyes, and when I looked in, that printing and the processing, the design elements, rather than that, purely the attitude is what I felt. In book designs, I've made hundreds of books for artists. I've designed that. I've done that for many, many years, tens of years. But when I think about what kind of book leaves me an impression, it's not the design is amazing, but rather, what did this book want to convey? Those still remain in my heart, which I believe is felt in this book. It really disseminates that impression through this book. Rather than me speaking a lot, I think when you look at it, you'll understand various books and texts. Many are incorporated here. Ise-san, Togi-san, their words have a lot of love. I think these people have been watching you for many, many years, and they've articulated that text. From that, you are able to feel this resolution, and I really like it. I perhaps spoke too much, so I would like to bring the button to you. I want you to say good things about me more.
Thank you very much. 今日は立花文夫と申します。よろしくお願いします。I am Fumio Tachibana. 聞こえてる？ Thank you very much. よろしくお願いします。お願いします。今Thank you very much for your introduction. And last year or 2 years ago at the museum, more than 20 years I have been producing artwork, and for the first time I put my artwork together to exhibit. It was during the pandemic and the height of pandemic, so nobody came to the space, and people started to be anxious because nobody came to the museum. However, there are many people, or still people came, and repeat customers, and exhibit catalog needed to be ready for the exhibit. But while I was putting the exhibition together, and also I was producing catalog, I think. So I was putting catalog together as we put exhibition together, and the title was Imprint and Impress. そういう印の字と今日はかたどる So the English title is Imprint and Impress. So this is how it is written in Chinese characters. So the combination of two characters. So impression, impressionism. So those two characters are used to describe impressionism or impression, but this describes imprint and form, and I chose to call it imprint/impress in English. It's only a paper moon. 古いジャズのナンバーからちょっと拝借してサブタイトルをつけました。And the subtitle, it's only a paper moon. I borrowed that from the old jazz number. Mito Museum is a quite vast, or it has quite vast space. これですね。So you can see this is the layout. So there's a space connecting from here to here, but I partitioned this space and I had 9 rooms from room 1 to room 9 in each space, and partition door, I installed doors in between. And through different ways of expression, I did collage, I produced collage or sculpture. I also made bronze sculpture or letterpress, and every other year or sometimes every year I would put exhibition in a small space. But when it comes to consistency, it was difficult to communicate consistency to the audience. People tend to think that there's no consistency in what I was doing. But just to give you an entire picture to showcase what I have been doing, and I put 9 rooms together to showcase. And the exhibition at this museum was just about it's the same process as producing a book, so 9 rooms, and there are 9 different exhibitions. That's how I was intending to produce this exhibition, and on real paper. I wanted to, this catalog is to reproduce the physical exhibition on a paper. And so on this book, I have 9 chapters. And at the last piece that I showcased at the exhibition, this is I used ink. It's like a form of calligraphy. I wrote letters using ink and taking a page from Katsumi Azawa. I started calligraphy to come into this field, but up until I wasn't doing that anymore. But about 4 or 5 years ago, I started to produce something like letters using the brush. And these are the pieces that I put together, and I also presented my very latest work. But in this book, I decided to showcase the latest artwork at the very beginning of the book. So those are the half of the book, how this book is composed, like a first half of the book shows those pieces of art that I produced with ink. So I presented one piece for each page. And sometimes we have a small item, small pieces, but those are pictures, and Yoichi Nagano-san reproduced those pictures from the very preparation and during exhibition, and also putting. So I asked a photographer to come to the museums for 6-7 times to take pictures of my work. On the cover, this is titled, and so with this book condition, I asked them to titled. So it starts with like something like a gravure, a few pages. Like gravure, and you can see the seal of titling, and once you go into more into this book, it starts to fade. So impression starts to fade at some point, but it remains. That's what I was trying to convey. In this book, what is very essential for me about this book, or what I like about this book, is the spine of the book. The spine of the book. I think the spine of the book is quite important for me. And later I will show you a quick video. And I did all of that. I made this spine. I used the wooden hammer to harden the spine. So it just gives you a little bead, or looks like a. This is I used a catalog thin paper to make this. I usually play music when I work.
これは実際このブロック自体
So
は
this catalog
全部作ってます。でそれはもうこの調合とか、飾りまでは、
from Choai to Kagari, I asked the vendor to do that, and apart from this pirate version, I produced 300 copies of pirate version. So I have this person used to be my disciple at school. Applying pressure, and I'm pretty demanding to him as to how much pressure you apply to the book, and this is how it's done. So I'm having a lot of fun when I work. You might not see that from this video. When I make a book, tens of thousands of books to be distributed. Sometimes I make such a book to be distributed, or I also make my books are not for mass production, but somewhere between mass production and one of a only kind book. So like mass produced books and also one of a kind. So that's where the somewhere between is something I try to strike, and so that's I'm not aiming to produce an art book that is only one of a kind. In this book, at the very end of this book, script, I asked Koike Kazuko-san and Asaba Katsumi-san and others, 3 people, we asked them to write a script, and Asaka-san, it took forever to get a script, and Asaka-san gave me a very beginning, like a few words of the script, and I pretend to be Asaba Katsumi-san to finish that script. So I would love it you read it, and if you read the Issei Katsuya-san's script, and I'm impressed how well he understands me, and Koike-san also Koike-san pretends to be me and to write the script. And this next impression and the lingering impression is described in Sphere 12. Lingering impression. So impression that lasts. I don't know how you call it in English, but so that's what I was trying to produce. It's as a pirate version. There are copied versions. And I asked them to take pictures of installation, but the designer Tatsuya Ariyama edited, and this is how it turned out. Can easily fall. Pages can easily fall apart. And if you turn those pages, it's a very soft book. It gets crumbled or wrinkled, and it might tear. And as it became age, that if you believe it, it becomes a moon. That's what I'm trying to express in the title. It's only a paper moon. Questions? QA?
Thank you very much.
なんかこのカタログの中に立花さん自身の言葉で
So in the catalog,
がちょこちょこ入ってたりするんですけど、それもすごい
in Takuma-san's
今
word,
のお話の仕
there's
方みたいな
some
と
words.
てもなんか印象に残る
But
言
from
葉
what
と
you
いう
just
か面
said,
白く書かれてて
it leaves, there's a words that leaves an impression written very interestingly. So just looking at the text,
まあよくあんな風に書けるなって
you're
いう
able to enjoy this
ふうに
book.
思うんですけど
I'm amazed how it could have been written that
放
way.
送と一緒に質問も考えて来てくれって言わ
Similar
れてい
to
て
the critiques,
しかもその
I
事前
also
に
thought, I was
その
asked to
質
think
問
about
も
a
伝
question,
えてあるんですよ。で、
and I
メール
conveyed
も返って
that
きたんです
question
けど、まあその
beforehand.
質問、私考えた質問っていうの
I
が、
also received the email back. My
なんていう
question
か
was,
こうまあ TDC っていうあり方もあるんですけど、まあそのデザインの領域だった
the
りとか、
existence of
っていう
TDC
のはどういう
and
ところなん
also in
で
the
すか、
area of
グラフィック
design
と呼べるかとか、まああるい
and
は、まあ
graphics,
美術館
whether
で
that
日
can be
本で
called
美術館で
graphic,
展覧会するとやっぱりその美術との
or
関連性だ
in
ったりとか、
Japanese museums when you have an
話になるので、
exhibition,
そう
the
いうのどう
relation
思
to
ってますかって
art
いう質問をしたんですよ。
becomes
で、まあそした
important.
ら、
But
ま
my
あ
question
そんなの
was, what
関
do you
係ね
think
えだろ
about
みたいな
that?
感じのメールが返ってきて、まあそれはそうだな。
The response was, I don't
あ
care.
の
I did not say that.
もうちょっと持ってますけど、まあまあでもすごいよくわかってですよ。
I, you're exaggerating a little
宣
bit.
伝なんですけど、僕も今年美術館で個展を
The reason why I think is that I also
でやっぱ
want to
初め
highlight that I'm
その
also expected to
こ
hold
う
an
いったなんか
exhibition.
よくわからない領域のことをやってると、どうしてもそれは美術なのとかデザ
When
インな
you're
の
doing
みたいな
something
話
you
をすご
don't
いさ
really
れて、
know, you kind
で
of ponder
で
whether
それ
that's
も
art
永遠
or
に続けて、まあ
design.
もう僕もそのユニットでやってるんですけども、17年目とかで、まあ、でも10年ぐらい経つと、
I'm
みんな
doing
どう
at
でもよく
a
なって、
unit
何
and
も
it's my
出てこなくなるんです
17th
よ。
year.
ただ
After
それ
10
だけなん
years,
ですけど、
nobody starts to care, nobody
実
starts
際
to
そ
mention
の、
that.
あ
But
の、
that's just that.
そのやったことをどう捉えるかっていう話が、まあ、メインテーマだったりするので、まあ、関
How
係ない
you
人は関
think
係ない。
of what you
で、まあ
have
その中
done, I
で、
think,
そ
is the
の、
main thing.
立花さんが
And
まあ
in a
そう
way,
い
it doesn't
う答
matter.
えてくださったのが、まあ、自分はこれを、
But having
まあ、
said that,
全部
what
本に
Tachibana-san
捉えて、展
responded
覧会も
was
本にして
that
捉えているっていうことをおっしゃってて、
I
まあ、さっきもそ
capture
れをおっ
everything
しゃっ
as
て
a
ましたけ
book. The
ど、まあ、
exhibition
章
is a
立てで
book,
この展覧
which
会
you
の
also
ことを
mentioned
そ
just
の、
now.
ボックスに分かれていて、それを、まあ、
In this
9つのチャプ
exhibition,
ターに
it
分
was
けて、
divided into 9
それぞれの
boxes,
価値観だったり考え
and you
方を展
divided
開
that into
して、
9 chapters
それを
to
スペースにイン
showcase
スタレーショ
each
ン
of
に
the
見せた
values
り、まあ、
and
展示し
the
てらっしゃると
values you
ことだったんですけど、
decompose
まあ、
that
一
and
応、まあ、その
showcase
質
that
問
as an
としてそうい
impression.
う話をしたので、まあ、
That
特
was
に
the
若い
question
頃
I
こう思っ
asked.
てたよと
I
か、なんか
think
補足してあ
if
るこ
you
とがあれ
could
ば。
supplement what you felt,
いや、
especially like when you were young,
まあ、本当に散々その話題
that
というか、
topic
もう、うんざ
I've
りする
heard
ぐらい
many
で、
a times where I'm sick.
デザイン
Is
な
it
のはアート
design
な
or
の
is
と
it
か、
art?
そういう話が必ずアー
These
ティス
things
トな
come
の、
up.
デザ
Are
イ
you
ナー
an
なのと
artist
か
or are you a designer?
あった上で、もう、まあそういうことについて考え
Of
た時
course,
期も
I
あり
did
ましたけれども、
contemplate
今
about
は
that
本
in the
当に
past.
本を作るこ
But
とに
recently, I
集中
just
した
want
り
to
とか、まあ文字を作
concentrate
ることもそういう
in
ことですけども、
my work,
で、
including
まあ、
creating
もう一
words.
つだから全部に僕が共通、まあ展覧
For
会もそうですけ
exhibitions, what
ど、
is common
こ
for
の
all
編集という
in the
言
word
葉、
of editing
集め
to
て
collect
コレクトして編む
and to
っていうこ
mingle?
のエディット
it may not be exactly editing, but simply editing is not just creating a book, but by creating work is an edited thing, so you kind of decompose that, and thinking of the combination is joyful. And in principle, in words and in books, I replace that and also showcase that at the exhibition because I want people to look at my work. That's the base of my thinking. For foreigners, as we start to see more foreigners come in, it might be such things are just discussed in the small Japanese culture. I think there are a lot of young people who easily transcend those concepts. Art universities, there's the Japanese painting, there's oil painting, there's the design. I find that a bit strange. I hope that I do hope that the society should change, and even if the society doesn't change, I think there would be people who will be able to transcend, and I would like to be in that position. When people say a lot of things, your mind kind of goes back and forth. I think the capability of me is that I'm able to tolerate that because I'm not listening. In principle, I don't listen to what people say. I think we have come to a time, so thank you very much.
TDC
Award Area Playing Air Trans White Studio Yu Chonje. So we'd like to invite Chonje. My name is Yuri Uenishi, the judge, the award. We saw a Japanese and overseas works, and we try to understand what they are trying to express. And going beyond the understanding of the works, the Yu-san's work is something very attractive. And that is excellent aspect I noticed. And the theme was about nature. But among nature, there will be some artificial matters and organic matters, contradicting factors incorporated and intertwined with each other. And color, not just a green, but also a broad range of colors were utilized in the work. That is where I felt Yu-san's personality. Especially, I'm interested in the organic shapes and digital expression combined together. A and P of these shapes were so fantastic and interesting to me. Looking forward to listen to the presentation explanation later. And also the tote bag or some materials or items out of these. They are so detailed and they're very pretty and high quality. I wish I could have one for myself. So these are attractive and fantastic points about work. Now we'd like to move to the next presentation. Yes, we'd like to move to the presentation. The floor is yours. Hello everyone, my name is Yu.
But today I'm gonna to have my speech by my second language, English. So I learn one Japanese words like "Honjitsu yoroshiku onegai."
Thank you very much for having me.
Smiles. Oh no, onegai shimasu. At the beginning, I wanted to introduce myself. Hello, everyone. I'm Yu Chongjie, and I'm a graphic designer working at Transwide Studio based in Hangzhou, China. And also, I'm a teacher at the School of Communication Design, China Academy of Arts. And additionally, I'm I also manage an exhibition space called Transstage. Today, I am very honored to share our design work in Tokyo TDC. We focus on graphic design and also creating exhibition, publishing, and international communication, academic communication. Now we can quickly take a look at the design project of the studio. We do branding, exhibition, visual identity, books, posters, and animations. Here is a list of exhibitions we've created at Transstage from 2017 until now. Yeah, today I'm excited to share our latest award-winning project, Arena Play Air. Play Air, which means fall of air, a poetic way to discussing being outdoors. Nature isn't just a big theme for artists. It's also where any contemporary artists get their inspiration and do their work. Area Jinshanling is a mountain community, and the Area Play Air is the first event to engage in dialogue with the valley and the nature. Jinshanling community is nestled at the foot of Great Wall, quite near from Beijing. Here is an overview of the Jinshanling community. It's a quiet valley wrapped up in mountains. And also, this is the environment within the Jinshanling community. Yeah. Jinshanling is a diveland where nature geography and human history blend. The area around Jinshanling, particularly in Luping, has a civilization history spanning thousands of years. This is a famous ancient Great Wall, which is in part of Jinshanling community. And Jinshanling experiences distinct seasonal changes. This is spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Nature brings different colors to this valley. And there are also fascinating architectures here. The chapel sound resembles an inverted cone-shaped border, with a curve hiding a semi-open air theater inside, like a cathedral dedicated to song. The up cloister face directly forward to stairway of the Great Wall. It's a series of space that create a sequence: a Buddha hall, a meditation room, a reading room, and a Zen hall, all scattered around the mountainside. So we use keywords, dialogue, and symbiosis related to this project. And also we get understanding of Arena Play Air, which is exploring the land through walking, touching nature with the body, engaging self-dialogue through art. We first designed a logo for the Arena Play Air. What is the joy in nature? Perhaps it's the children's delight of blowing bubbles, catching insects, or fishing. This outdoor activity were abstracted into visual symbols and artfully combined with the initial APA letters, arranged to appear larger closer and smaller further away. They create a sense of a nature special thing. This design aims to express the beautiful symbiotic relationship between human and nature. And this is a different combination of the logo. Arena Play Air is hosting 21 artists from around the world. They display art in different forms, like sculptures, paintings, and sound pieces, exploring how art connects with the nature. This year's theme is the future of the mountain. which take place in Jingshanli and combine art and natures. Walk along 3 special hiking trails for a unique art view experience. Before our design work, our team conducted in a deep field survey in Jingshanli to thoroughly understanding the local nature environment and the ecosystem. Our primary task was to meticulously study the furthest of 3 hiking trails. It's crucial because we need to preciously determine the display location for each art piece and assigning point to guide the routes along the way. We passed by the ancient Great Wall's Bacon Tower. And there is a Taoist temple hidden here. We called it Lao Dao Cave. As we enjoyed the nature scenery, I noticed that northern mountain is quite different with the southern, even in the vegetation. We picked up fallen pine cones, acorns, hazelnuts, walnuts, wild raspberries, multiple mushrooms, and along the way, we experienced the connection between the mountain and the land. The wild step path had me huffing and puffing. I was totally drawn to the plants. I was busy picking fruits and taking photos, deeply breathing in the fresh air and soaking up all the nature vibes. I felt completely taken over by the beauty of these plants. While hiking, my design idea just flowed naturally. Nothing is more direct than the sensation experienced through the body. We use these plants as a material for our design, extracting their shapes to create a variety of letters. When we combined the letters, they really captured the local nature thing and felt alive. This made us confident in our design direction. At the same time, we picked a perfect Western typeface for this project. It's called Sina from Quincy Type, which is a studio based in Hangzhou as well. We choose the typeface because the design concept perfectly with the Arena Play Air. Both are inspired by nature. Meanwhile, for the Chinese typeface, we choose Hanyi Jihei. Arena Play Air runs from July to October, spanning summer and autumn. Considering Jingshanli's unique location, we aim to reflect our design's distinct seasonal landscape from 2 seasons. We want to capture nature's temporality in our design through color. So here's colors for summer, and here's colors for autumn. This is a festival poster we designed. We cruise the 3 hiking routes of the Arena Play Air. Each route offers a unique further and experience. One is Rago Mountain Pass. 2, Forest Trail passing by the Wild Great Wall. 3rd, a path leading to Mountain Lake. We designed their shapes to match the terrain of each route. This is the colors, this is a poster for autumn. In September, the organizer planned to update all visuals to respond to the seasonal changes and the varied landscapes they would bring to the mountain. This is the overall visual of the poster. The 3 posts together form a whole, much like Jingshanli's terrain and ecology. The staggered text layout is like artwork in the forest. In a motion poster, following the 3 routes and going through the APA letter, takes viewer as if they are stepping onto mountain paths, beginning an art adventure full of surprise. This is a pocket-sized guidebook designed for the events. It's convenient for hikers to pick up and read through while hiking in the mountain. It's an inner page. introduce some information about art and artists. Yeah, let's watch a video for Arena Play Air and see artwork and get feeling about this festival. Yes. In this project, the most challenging and complex task during the design process was creating and installing the signage system for the 3 routes. For the signage design, we use colors to distinguish the 3 hiking routes, and we organize each complex mountain pass into 3 levels based on the function. The shape of the signs resonate with the logo's design and integrate elements in mountain flora symbiosis with nature. Installing the signage with the production team and up to mountain was a challenge. The paths were rugged. Everyone had to carry very heavy equipment. But during this time, we build a strong relationship with each other. During the project, our team also took time to experience the relationship between design, art, nature, and human. It was a truly remarkable and enjoyable experience. This is start point of the first route, an overall guide map. In first route, I quite like artist Chen Ruopan's work. During her residency in Jinshanling, she peeked into the mountains daily. Like us, she was drawn to Jinshanling's unique plants. She scanned them and created images that become artwork. For the signage, we zoom in the numbers and show in the direction of the artwork. It's a directional signage. This work called Stone Face Jinshanling by Prince Gohan also is interesting. They are direct sourced from Jinshanling's nature environment, focus on the relationship between themselves and their surroundings. The labels for the artwork, like little plants in the forest, merged quietly with the plants. They give details about artwork without being too noticeable. Floating flag in the wind, it's as guides and offer encouragement during the hiking. Artist Vivian Suter's work is displayed the terrain of the restaurant, facing the mountains and floating in the wind. It's a way of creating a dialogue between art and nature. I'm also really like the piece of artwork. Chen Xiao is invisible liquid. We're inspired by the wind in Jing Shanling's nature. The artist collects the sound of the wind, bird calls, and silence from the mountains, transforming these sound waves into visual graphics, printed on slender metal chips. They ultimately become a series of wind chimes hanging in the forest. It's a fire prevention and no smoking signage. The color is changed a lot. In the end of third route, the performance feral neighbors cannot be saved, but only can experienced. It creates new memories with body and action. This is a sign at the end of route. We set up a victory flag for those who completely the challenging hiking. It's a declaration for triumph and also a way to express our gratitude for nature. This is a visual extension of the event for the shuttle bus in the community. Atmosphere creation in the community. It's a bus stop. Considering the hiking exhibition format for the festival, we designed a range of outdoor products. It's a tote bag. We also designed a net bag for the tote bag, which can be attached outside for storing clothes or shoes to be changed during hiking. It's a hiking socks and sun hats. A skin for resting on the large lawn. We designed t-shirts as well. We also have outdoor picnic blankets. We hope that throughout the event, the audience can feel the thoughtfulness of the organizers. Every design element is intended to let the audience experience the joy of hiking and the physical and the mental pleasure that nature brings to everyone. Yeah. Finally, in this project, our design has successfully engaged with art, nature, design, and the audience, fostering exchanges and communications. By exploring the land through walking, touching nature with the body, and engage in self-dialogue through art. Moving forward, I will continue this design approach to facilitate more profound dialogue and communication. Yeah, thank you so much.
Presentation, I think we have we still have some time, like 10 minutes, and for QA. Are we good? Yes.
Yes.
So I think we like to have 10 minutes for QA, and we have some questions being submitted prior to this. So we'd like to drill on some of the questions. And A, B, those are inspired by nature, right? You mentioned that you got an idea from nature, but the route, you use graphic designer or signage or icon, you use some graphic items, but your theme is nature. And how do we bring those two together? Like, can you elaborate on how you bring those two very different elements together?
Okay. Usually, we will always quite serious and strict for every detail for the type design, such as the structure of the characters, spacing, kerning, and so on. But for this project, when you are put in the nature, it's like everything just grows wild and free. Yes, swan in the wind. So, for the AP letters, we decided let nature take the wheel, yeah, and combine them with the local vegetations. The form of the three hiking routes maps are derived from local environments and present in abstract way. And the topography of Aranya Jinshan is composed of the cemetery rocks. So we use this blocky irregular morphology became an inspiration for our design. Yeah, just something like that.
You use organic nature and digital elements, and you weave them vertically and horizontally. I found it very intriguing. So organic nature, you got inspiration from nature, but where did you get idea from for digital aspect? What was the source of your inspiration?
Yeah, the source and inspiration by the natures, but we focus our subject is for the contemporary art, so we really want to show some using the contemporary way or modern way to design our work. So we just combine the nature things with the digital work to get together and show some images. Yeah.
So that intricacy of the two is quite interesting. And about colors, when you got inspiration from nature, depending on which season, you choose different colors for different seasons. But it's not you have a very unique colors, not only earth colors, but when you are selecting those colors, were there anything that you pay attention to or things that you were mindful about?
Yeah, for the color, we also inspired for the two seasons of the nature, the summer and the autumn. But we inspired, but we also wanted to show more fresh and more fresh things through the whole festival of the things. If we just follow the nature, if we just purely follow the nature color, it will be we can't have the contract with the nature things. So yeah, I don't know. I can't explain more exactly.
I think that's how you give originality to your work. And this is a little bit like digressing from your artwork, but last week I was in China and I had the opportunity to visit your studio and we had a chance to meet. And you organize exhibitions, right? You often put exhibitions together. But as a designer, not only being commissioned by a client, but we also organize exhibitions, and you also teach at university. Why do you do that? Can you explain? You are not only focused on being a designer. Why do you multitask?
Okay, yeah. It's quite amazing. We meet each other at the Chan stage before I come to the Tokyo. Yeah. So, can I show some images? This is currently the mission we did in the Chan stage, and it's showing the mission by the South Korea design group Suki and Ming. Yes. And also last year we did the exhibition for Hichiya Tanaka-san's work as well. Yes. And we can show some images here. It's our space, chat stage. Yeah, it's also our curation teams. From curating the examination it's several years from 2017 to now. This process has gradually clarified the meaning for me. Yeah, first of all, the main purpose is for our own well-being. When we've been working on projects for clients for a long time, we need to break to clear out our minds and get not to catch up in the business things or the business things. Yeah. And secondly, through the exhibition, we have found like-minded friends. We have established a study group with designers from Hangzhou, Shanghai, and Beijing. We met up each other quite often and share what we've been recently and learn from each other. Our study group starts on the 1st of July, 2018. Today, one of our group members, Lisa, she is here. So it's quite great because we build a deeply friendship and enjoy study and have fun together. And also through the exhibition, I can have a closer and a more in-depth exchange and cooperate with the subjects and translate. Sorry. Yeah. So I quite enjoy this kind of things and work together with different groups and have different culture background. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Akira Kobayashi. This time we selected the Type Design Award winner as Studio Drama Vogue Brazil and Sans Serif. This type style was created for the fashion media, but from fashion, I think this should be elegant. But this font incorporated the uniqueness, vernacular aspect of Brazil. We can imagine a bright sunlight, or warmness, or vitality, these kind of things. And this font incorporates both elegance as well as a brightness and liveliness in the font. And how this could be enabled? First, that is enabled through the condensed font to emphasize the overall elegance. And in the condensed typeface, you can see some brightly flashing letters. That is a uppercase C, G, or Q with a curve-shaped element of the letters. And they are so emphasized, its roundness and curves. So when you see words and text, you can see a very bright and wide space among the vertical lines in the vertical direction. I think that emphasizes both elegance as well as brightness in the typeface. I think the mixture has been visualized in that typeface. And an important element in the visualization is not just the combining sans serif and serif, but there's some adjustment or tweak in the serif font. To be more specific, the typeface used in the fashion brands or media sending out information in the fashion media tend to utilize hairline serif. Hairline serif, that is, the self in the horizontal direction is very fine and thin, But on the other hand, Vogue Brazil's serif, how it handled this, you can see serif in the wedged shape in the R or S. When you take a look at these letters in the font, you can see some elements of handwriting. You can imagine and how the manual writing will look like, and that element is incorporated in the font. It's not the elegance of some cold and dry and fancy way, but rather it is humanistic warmth. That is the elegance achieved through this font. So that has been achieved as not hairline serif, but wedge-shaped serif. That is the impression I think you can gain from this typeface to give some humanistic impression. That is what is working very well. And it is so fantastic that the system typeface combining the serif and sans serif at the same time. And the other element I'd like to touch about is the letters with accents that are frequently used in Portuguese, the official language in Brazil, and how it is handled. Usually you can see these uppercase typefaces, you can see accents on top of the uppercase letters, but they are not just a handle as something just on top of these letters. That is not the case. For example, when you'd like to see the typefaces in 2 lines or 3 lines, you need to see accents that make some space between the lines. You cannot create a proper box. But to avoid this problem, the accent marked symbols are embedded into the height of the upper case letters. So this is not handling accent symbols and marks as something additional, but this typeface takes it something interesting as visual and trying to facilitate the use of these letters. So you can have a lot of various things that you can achieve through this typeface. You can use serif or sans serif separately or in combination, or O or C or G in a upper A case letters to emphasize the roundness, or you can embed accent letters, or you can see that on top of the letters. But when you do so, even when 2 or 3 letters of lines, you can see the impression will be very informed and stable. You can use various variations of these fonts to create something very unique, articles or lines of words. That is what is fantastic about this type font. And here I'd like to ask you a question to a studio drama. And do you have any set of rules in using this kind of variation of how to use these fonts? And if yes, if you have any rules, what kind of rules you set and to achieve what kind of effect and expression you'd like to achieve? So congratulations for the award, studio drama. Thank you.
Hello, this is Chris and Will from Studio Drama. We're a London-based branding and typeface design studio. And first, I'd like to say thank you for the very kind words I've just heard about the project. And of course, to PDC and the esteemed judging panel for selecting this project. To GGG for hosting such a beautiful exhibition. Tom and James, part of our team who have crafted this typeface. To Vogue Brazil team as well for being such an amazing client. We've had the privilege of working in Japan for over a decade now, and we've met and worked with some wonderful people. But I have to say, this is by far the most exciting and humbling experience on both a personal and professional level. GGG and TDC has a very special place in our hearts. So it's an absolute honor to receive this award. So thank you very much. Now into the work. So Vogue Brazil was founded in 1975. It was the 7th edition of Vogue, 7th country to take on the Vogue brand. And it's had over 500 issues, of which the majority of those 500 issues are being flashed in front of you right now. And it is, and still remains, one of the most influential Vogue magazines on the planet. So our brief was to create a display typeface with distinctive articulation for Vogue Brazil. It had to be strong, feminine, legible, and personality driven. It had to fit with the Vogue brand
internationally and represent the wider Brazilian culture. So a very daunting task that we attempted to take on.
So anytime we receive a brief from a client, we always make sure that we kind of unpack that brief and try to reestablish that brief from our point of view as well. And that led to 3 core areas of research for us to undertake. Those were authenticity, appropriateness, and familiarity. So authentic. The Vogue team was very kindly supplied us with a super comprehensive research document, which spanned many different areas of design, culture, some of them being very unexpected and also beautiful. That then led to a very deep typographic analysis of Brazil's typographic landscape. As we're not from Brazil, we wanted to ensure that what we created wasn't cliche, and the document that was sent to us really helped us understand that authentic lens that we needed to take with the approach for the typeface.
And this was helped right at the beginning of the process, and when we were talking to the client, and as Chris mentioned, not wanting it to feel cliche, we are from London, we're not Brazilian, but we wanted to give the greatest representation that we could within this typeface. So we worked very, very collaboratively with the client team, who was so passionate, and you saw, as we flicked through that film before, you saw how much research there was. But yes, it was a great responsibility, and both representing Vogue, obviously one of the most recognisable brands on earth, and Brazilian culture as a
So some of the core areas that were supplied to us, which we then went a layer deeper into, was vernacular street signage and market and transport typography, which was a great shock to us, as we didn't imagine this was going to be one of the kind of reference points that we were going to be supplied. There was art and graffiti, design and editorial, cinema and music, and even architecture as well.
And in a way, so we touch on pretty much every part of what you see here. We focus more on vernacular street signage and market and transport, but every element has touched this in some form.
So yes, echoing Will, there was a large proportion of this document which was vernacular hand-painted typography, and within that there was the ideas of display setting, mixing styles, these vernacular details like putting the tittle, the dot of the I on the capital letter. There was a lot of hand-drawn techniques by the hand, like using a pen and a brush. This idea of these cat-pipe diacritics were very much inspired by some of the references that we found within our research. And then some of these geometric ideas as well, like these very circular forms, which you can see in the bottom right.
And what was so lovely about this as a starting point is when you think about the Vogue brand, vernacular street signage is probably the last thing you think of to tie it to. So there was this beautiful contrast, which we start to show you later, that felt really right for the project and ultimately very Brazilian. Mm-hmm. And these letters are 100% unique. They sort of follow the hands of the people that write them. So it's free from those sort of formal expressions. It feels very textured and bold.
Then into appropriate. We also had to really establish what elegance meant typographically to Vogue. So we went on a journey of collaboration to unpack this too. And that also ensured that the typeface was appropriate to the audience in which we were creating it for. So there was ideas of was it lightweight? Was there some high contrast elements within that? Were there exaggerated proportions? Were some of the forms more open? Were there potentially some flourishes or finesse details that we could explore? The idea of maybe a ligature or two. And then maybe how we could be influenced by a serif within the sans serif space and its characteristics as well.
And this made us truly question what is elegance within type design. So some of these are more obvious, some less obvious. And then obviously when we start to bring in vernacular signage, how do we begin to make that feel elegant?
And then familiar. So we really had to understand how Vogue's typographic voice had evolved over the years as well to make sure that we weren't missing anything. So we went and checked out almost every single Vogue Brazil masthead design throughout the years, and we started to pull out some kind of core characteristics from within that as well. So the idea of there being potentially some high contrast, there was some condensed sans versions, some wider versions, some that are very geometric and had quite contrast and widths, condensed serifs as well, and then even some shape-based and graphic interpretations too.
So the examples that you see here, when we were going into our exploration, we of course wanted to represent the Vogue Brazil brand, but then there's obviously a wider Vogue brand that is British Vogue, US Vogue, and these are some of these examples that you see of these very sort of rich typographical references.
And then all these references were distilled and helped create the typeface itself, defining that core typeface design space of elegance, but also vernacular as well. So combining both of these was quite a challenge, as they are very polarizing ideas, as Will mentioned. So hopefully you'll see how all of this has come to life within the next few slides. We then decided to create one family with two very distinct personalities. And I guess a very common approach to creating articulation within the typeface family is through weight. But we didn't want to do that with this project. We wanted to create two different, very polarized styles. So a sans and a serif, but they were very much built on the exact same proportional foundation, which you can see here. Serif is more human, more feminine, more elegant, in contrast to the sans, which was more iconic, more balanced, and has the idea of strength behind it as well.
And this is really showing the typeface as a real tool for communicating. So you can see that if you communicate with the serif on the left, you're speaking in a very different way to when you're speaking with the sans on the right. Then into the individual styles. So we begin with the serif. Here are some of the core references that we distilled as part of the wider research phase. Ideas from Arlequin magazine in Brazil, film posters, Cordell literature, and even the idea of starting to mix styles and usage, which you can see on the bottom right, which we thought was a very beautiful reference point here. Some of the core characteristics that we pulled from these references, and where you can see this cat-fight diacritic idea come to life on the left. The way that they inset that diacritic to the same cat fight is very interesting and very unique. These wedge serifs, which you can see in the center, inspired by film posters. And this idea, this contrast of hand-drawn approach, almost like it has been created with a brush. Then into some of the DNA, you can see how these elements and ideas then start to translate into the actual letter forms themselves. So you have the wedge serifs. You have these reoccurring hand-drawn details, most likely it's been drawn with a broad nib pen, and then also these more graphic details inspired by different pen techniques as well. You have a very distinctive angled stress within some of the counter shapes too. And then showing some of the core characters set here, A to Z, numerals, and some basic punctuation. Into sans serif. Here you can see some of our core reference material too. Really interestingly, on the top right-hand side, you can see how they then start to mix both sans and serif and the cat-fight diacritic within one space, which is really exciting. Faxon magazine was a very important reference point for us here too. Graphic design and editorial design, and also some ideas borrowed from the concrete poetry too, which is a very Brazilian idea. So many of those ideas were just references that we had to uncover, and all there. It's just making it into a clear, concise story. So in some of the core ideas here, we have those cat-fight diacritics, the mixed widths, some of them feeling very geometric. They have a much higher waist across some of the letter forms, and some of these unconventional vernacular widths are really circular shapes as well. You have a very kind of open and exaggerated curvaceous form within some of the letter form. You have a little bit of contrast, medium contrast,
And then that high elegant waist, which I mentioned, which you can see here in the EGR, for example. And some of the core characters from the Sans. So we wanted to make sure that there had a lot of unique traits within these two personalities. And we created a lot of stylistic sets, which all were informed by the analysis of Brazil's typographic landscape. They're very playful, fit for purpose moments for the Vogue team to use and stress test, which really supported them in a wide range of typographic circumstances. The first one was alternate forms. So, for example, taking the tittle, the dot of the I, but placing that on the uppercase capital letter. You can see on the top here are the regular letter forms, and on the bottom is when you turn that stylistic set on. And you have an alternate variation that you can use as well. Geometric form, creating this unexpected contrast within the set. Going some variations on the O and the G here. How that could then start to work within layout.
And these tools, this typeface as a tool is just really important for the Vogue Brazil team not to get bored and have something that they could play with all of these alternates. So yeah, it becomes a really good tool for the team.
And then, as you may have heard at the beginning, it was a Portuguese-speaking country, and there's many little things that use diacritics. These are the marks that are added to change pronunciation or the meaning. So rather than having on the top, we decided to inset these, so then they could create these tightly spaced headlines and create more block-like layouts within the magazine itself. Trying a few different variations on these. And then finally, we included some swash forms as well to give a bit more of a sense of this human element from the vernacular street signage.
Also brings in just a little bit more elegance.
And ultimately, this typeface was designed to be used either independently or in harmonious contrast with one another. And evoking a sense of what we both call the elegant vernacular, to taking those two very polarizing ideas and creating them and putting them into one space. As part of the launch of this project, we collaborated with an agency called Callaloo Studio and created a small launch video which we play now. There might not be sound, but that's okay.
So Callaloo had the very hard task of trying to refine this whole story into a very short bit of content, but they've done a fantastic job at showing the references, then showing the typeface, and then even Chris makes an appearance at some point. There he is. It really shows the really wide references that were pulled for this typeface.
And then we'll just go into some beauty visual showing off the typeface in various different forms. So on the cover here, you can see using the alternate I, but then also using the two style sans and serif within the Brazil wordmark above too.
And of course, it's so important to have stand out on shelf. You can see just with a few of the examples of some covers that they've created since we've supplied the typeface, that it does have this spirit that can be very different from each usage, one usage to another.
Showing some spreads. I'm focusing on the cat-like diacritics and showing how you can set these headlines much tighter because we have more space now.
And ultimately, that just brings a more impactful headline. The tighter you can get it, the larger the scale can be.
And then showing how those stylistic steps, the cat-like diacritics, come into their own using smaller subhead copy as well. All for quote. And here you can see that same proportional foundation in play across both the sans and the serif, and looking at some of the unique characteristics within both families. And then also using the sans and serif to create articulation within headlines. If they were all sans, you can then see that we start including a serif in the word both, for example. Or in the smaller type, you can see how we can then start articulating people's names within the copy as well. Thank you.
Tokyo TDC 2024 Grand Prize, Jagged Orbit. The winners are Andy and Karen. So we'll like to invite them. And I am Matsumoto, the judge. And I like to start off. Andy and Karen, they produce computational art, and they have produced many artworks and very unique. They have been very active. And 2019 and 2020, they won TDC award 2 years in a row. And computation, if you say computation, you might think media art. You might think it's a media art. But if you look at their artworks, they may appear to be media art. But the graphic design thinking and flow are deeply rooted, or at the bottom of their artwork. It's supported by graphic design and flow, and especially a jagged orbit. I think you can see what is the undercurrent of their work. And at the screening or judging session, and what we shared, what judges said, was that the totality of the work, and of course we evaluated the totality of the work, but also output, which is placed there on the cover of magazine. It makes graffiti, and the graffiti made by the plotter, the graphic nature of the art compared to regular graphic art, and we equally evaluated, and I was one of them. This graffiti is the theme of their work, and graffiti itself, and also a magazine with graffiti on, and also making graffiti itself, the action itself. Those two are output as graffiti and action as graffiti. They are perfectly intertwined and graphic. Many judges, making graffiti or as an action, many graphic designer, I'm sure that it's so familiar to you, but at the very high level, it is being reproduced, and that's how we appreciated their work. And I'm looking forward to their presentation. But before we go to their presentation, there is one thing that we should understand, and they use AI to produce the work. And I, and a graphic designer, you may think Midjourney or picture generative AI. You might think of generative AI, but the AI searches past pictures and reproduce. So that's all AI does, and there's a heaps of problems, ethical problems and legal problems. But they use AI to through their original machine learning. So we are excited to hear from them as to how they produce their artworks using AI. I'm sure that they have transcended those ethical problems and legal problem, but they use very original model. That means that they produce something we have never seen. It's not like they use AI based on what's been produced in the past, and they have produced something we have never seen before. So we think highly of their artwork as a graphic artwork. And I like to ask questions. 2 questions: how you produce your work, and the second question is about AI and how you produce your artworks. Including myself, everybody sitting here listening to their presentation, you might wonder what's the process of their artwork. It's beyond our comprehension or beyond our imagination. It's very graphical. You can see that it's made based on graphical thinking, but actually how it's done, it's really beyond our imagination. So we would like to take a peek into their process. I'm sure they use AI or high-speed machine. And I'm sure they have a studio where they have AI machines and speed machines. And using those pieces of machinery, they put those pieces together to produce their work. But still, it's beyond our imagination. So the process of making artwork, we'd like to know more about their process. So to be more precise, in their art environment or production environment, what kind of production environment and what are the steps to produce artwork and what are the tools that they use, and those are the things that I would like to find out through their presentation. And so that's the first question. Next question is about AI, and I briefly touched on AI. AI has some problems. It has potential, but it has problems. So on both extreme end, and how they harness AI, I believe they use it as orchestration. Orchestration is that in a company, or it's used as IT term as an organization, but what it means for them is that organization or collaboration or competition. I think that's what orchestration means for them. That's how they use AI. And jagged orbit, so they set a target to make a graffiti. And to get to the destination, I'm sure that they use very bold learning process to get to the destination. So my question regarding AI is like, how do you use AI? How do you harness AI? And how do you leverage that in making your artwork? And in a graphic design, AI in how AI should be used or how AI is being used today. And those are the questions that I would like to ask to them. Thank you very much for waiting. I'd like to introduce Andy Shiminato and Karen, and let's listen to their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? Okay.
Thank you so much for the introduction and for the questions as well. And it's super fun to be here again. We're just
Yes.
sure. Is this one working? Maybe not. I don't know. Look, we're just waiting for the screen to come up. But in the meantime,
Did you take both out when you were taking them out before?
No, I didn't. But I mean, I didn't take them out, and I didn't put them in. So that needs to be photographed and drawn. Like you needs to be like
With the colours.
yeah. I got it.
Okay, no problem.
I don't think this helps. I think you need to probably
Yeah, you're
do
right.
a schematic because you can't see exactly where it's connected.
I'll do it straight away. I've got the board. Picture of the board, which is exactly what that was for.
All right, we've got some tea for you.
Oh, did you want to write these down, or did you? They're my hours and
Couldn't you
times,
just
flight
send,
numbers.
can't you just send it to print again? Hmm?
Yes, it does.
when we talk about AI, we should, first of all, maybe clarify what we mean by AI, because I think it's this new term that has suddenly become very, very used in different ways. And so the way that we think about AI may be different or slightly more nuanced. One of the things that we talk about often is the way that AI, you can think about AI in different layers at the moment. You have on the foundation are companies like NVIDIA, who are making these chips, new chips that are extremely powerful. They have a lot of compute, able to do the kinds of calculations that are necessary. You've got a layer on top of that, which are companies like Google, Microsoft, and they are essentially data centers collecting a lot of data because ever since, I guess, the late 90s, we've all been encouraged to upload everything onto these large data center platforms. And then after that, social media, I think even more so. So you have a layer of companies like computer chip manufacturers, companies that are essentially warehouses of servers. Then there are a layer of companies who are creating large language models trained on that data. And I think OpenAI is the obvious one we all know, I'm sure. And then on top of that, you have a series of maybe speculation by companies, designers, artists who are using those large language models. Some of them are open source, some of them you have to pay for, but they're using them to create apps and software. What we do and what you're seeing here is we're cutting through all four layers. So instead of sitting at the top and using a tool which is provided to us. You know, like Adobe has new software that is AI. We say, like, we tried it and we went, this is kind of sort of shitty outcomes. We're not interested in that by itself. We tried a few of the different ones, and we weren't satisfied, right? So what we're doing here is we essentially design and make a machine that has, you should talk about the machine actually, because this is, so that has, so it's custom designed and 3D printed and built with software that is also custom coded by Karen.
Yeah, so I think Andy's got a good point, is that for us, AI is not, I think to answer your question, for us, AI is not a thing. It's not a noun. It's you know, speaking like Buckminster Fuller, we believe that AI is a process. It's a series of concatenated processes. And I think by identifying AI as a thing, it becomes an object that can be sold, and it becomes a tool for rhetoric and for ideology as well, which we would prefer to sidestep. And we prefer to use the large language models and to use the pattern finding systems that are AI in our work instead. So for us, we've been using a version of AI, I guess, for more than a decade. Nowadays, it gets called good old-fashioned AI. And that is computer vision and natural language processing, and the ability for the computer vision to find patterns in the image, underlying image, or perhaps a sound, an audio system to pick up human voices and understand speech. So in our machine, we have we wanted to look at looking at the idea of the chip. Yes, no, exactly. So that's what I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. It take a long way around, but I know we have limited time. So we have a machine that we said, well, it's pretty. I mean, these chips are pretty smart. They've got a lot of processing power in them now, and they've been building up obviously exponentially over the years and over the decades. Just our phones, of course, can do so much more than we ever ask it to do. I mean, we have these supercomputers in our pocket, and we use them just as watches half the time, right? You just look at your phone for the time. So we were wondering, well, in a human brain, if a human is super intellectual or super thinking or a very creative person, and they only use a little bit of their energy, what do they do with the rest of their mind? What do they do with the rest of their thinking power, the rest of their compute? So we wondered, in the human, we have the idea of mind wandering or of daydreaming. You know, when you're really doing that really boring thing, you're watering the plants or you're taking your dog for a walk, and your mind can just drift.
You're doing hard work, really.
Or maybe, yeah.
My mind, I don't know. Why do you mind?
I don't know. Okay, or maybe while you're doing, maybe yes, maybe while you're doing hard work as well. You know, you need to do your homework, or you're crunching. Jasper is doing some math methods in year 11. Maybe while he's doing his algebraic, formula, he drifts. His mind drifts. And in human minds, this is a positive thing. It's seen to be a positive thing. So in cognitive theory, the possibility to daydream or to mind wander can help you solve other problems. Like, you can be processing things in the background, in theory. So we were wondering whether that could be an opportunity for our computational machines, for these very smart machines. What could they achieve if they were allowed to drift and allowed to mind wander?
Yeah. Or even what happens. Like, we just wanted to basically understand. In the first instance, I'm talking about a year ago, we said, well, what would that look like? Could we recognize a machine which is lazy? Or could we recognize a machine? Well, we know when a machine is not giving us the appropriate answer, and we feel dissatisfied, and so we generally say stop, and we say the machine is broken.
Yes.
The machine is no good, throw it away, get a new iPhone, whatever. And we thought, well, actually, if we can teach a machine
to remember for us, then maybe we can teach a machine to be forgetful and distracted. So this is what you're seeing here on the screen. This is live now, coming from the machine that we have on the table.
The only magazine we could find this morning that was this size was the free magazine they give away in the hotel. So that is why we have at Japan as our subject matter here. It was available free in the hotel lobby.
I mean, I can't comment on the typography or anything about it, but it's free, which is, we say, if it's free, it's me. And that's actually a large part of many of our projects. We use whatever is available around us. So when we did the non-human books that were mentioned earlier, we used books that were on our shelves, and we'll use whatever we can find. We did another recent project, laser cutting our children's books. So a laser cut out a whole bunch of holes from their books, and they were completely happy with that. And the occasion of this machine led us to grab the first things that we could find, which were magazines. And the funny thing is that some younger designers, since seeing this project, have said to us, why use a mag? Why are you using magazines? And it occurred to us, they were quite young, that it occurred to us that they may not relate to the magazine the way we did. We grew up thinking that magazines were a pastime or just something that you do in your spare time. So that's why we thought, magazines were handy.
Yeah, but they were also companions. For us, the magazine was a companion. You would wait for a release of a magazine and you would buy it and you would collect it. And that would be a tangible artifact that would stack up in your studio or in your home.
And then it occurred to us, so we grabbed some of these magazines. They also, Vogue magazines, they always have high production values. So, we were very happy that these Vogue covers had this glossy cover. And sometimes this particular machine, it works for such long periods that the ink builds up. So if we use a paper that absorbs too much, it tears and makes holes. But we liked magazines because the covers were nice and smooth, and the Sharpie pen, moved elegantly on the paper. So we were quite, we quite liked that. But then it occurred to me, and we had these discussions, the way this new technology, this emerging technology, is super inscribing. It's overwriting the old technology of the magazine, which, at least in our region, in Australia and in Europe, we're seeing magazine stands, close. We're seeing far fewer magazines than maybe 20 years ago. And we thought, it's this old media underneath, and this new, if you like, a new media is being written over the top of it. And the two are perhaps, they're getting entangled. So it's important, I think, to think
it was
about,
good as a metaphor.
It's a good metaphor, and it was useful and cheap, but, I didn't touch it. I didn't break it.
There it is.
It's stretched, perhaps. Oh, no, it's not. No. It's good. It's fine. So essentially, and it brings us to think about AI. So AI is not this thing that's replacing the old thing. It's not it, but it is overriding and inscribing and becoming entangled with our past media. And this gives us an opportunity to think about these things and explore them.
But let's get back to our machine. And our machine has been tasked this morning with finding a solution to an n-body problem, which is the idea that in outer space or in space you can have more than one planet or more than one sun. And the task this morning was to find a solution to flying with a spacecraft into a three-body system. We'll see possibly, I'm talking a lot and there's a lot happening, so it hasn't actually got to work yet, really.
This is the part before you start working, where you have a coffee, you slowly do other things, but it's not doing the orbit, but eventually it will try and calculate this orbit.
So, and while it's doing its calculations, it will find that it'll start finding repeating patterns, because that's the way that these n-body problems are resolved. They often make a a beautiful Lissajous pattern, or they get all tangled like a tangled piece of string. And when these geometric patterns repeat, then the machine drifts and walks away from the work and starts doodling. And I remember, maybe in a dentist's waiting room or in a doctor's waiting room, you might see that the secretary who's answering the phone, is drawing on the top of the magazine that they have next to them as they're answering the phone. And for us, so it again calls back to this idea of time and idleness and the idea of slowing things down. Because one thing that we have noticed with the techno-determinism of AI is that everything is super accelerated. Everything just happens in an instant. And if it doesn't happen in an instant, then we are frustrated. And yet, as humans, the idea of the processes of going slow, of breathing, of taking one's time in art, in creativity, and in design is just so essential. And so we don't want our machines to miss out on that opportunity as well. So it has been tasked with this job, but now as it works, it sees the surface underneath it, and it can be called to places of interest. So it might be the color, it might be the contrast, it might be a face, some typography. So as you can see, that the machine has a very limited field of view. So it's almost as if it's blinkered as it looks, but it will always update in real time.
Yeah.
So it sees its own work. So it's self-reflexive. It's a piece of work that is not predetermined. I didn't draw it. I didn't even code it. I coded opportunities for the machine to explore and then to see its own path. And you might find, even in the short time that we have it running, you might find it starts doodling over its own lines. And it will see that as part of a pathway that it can take.
No, right. So essentially, we've got a primary task: calculate these astrophysics problems. They're very difficult. Secondary tasks, which are look for regions of interest through the computer vision. When this thread finds an interesting, but interesting is defined by us, but there is a long list of things that we've told it to do. For example, look for a space and fill it in, outline something. If it sees a face, it tries to draw a little moustache on the face or little horns or something. So it's been given competing instructions. And so this causes a kind of slippage, I think.
It's also given opportunities to find geometric patterns, which is similar to the processes we use for Cloud of Unknowns, so to find words and find points and to join them as constellations. So you might see occasionally there'll be sort of a constellation drawn as well from these points that it found interesting.
Yeah. And it takes a little while. And what we could do is jump over to. It may be interesting to see how we work in the studio. I think that was part of the question.
I'll switch over to the other screen.
If you don't mind, or I could try. But we'll just let the machine keep running, and then when we come back to it, it may have it'll have some other kind of patterns evolving, hopefully. So
anything you throw to the right,
oh, so it's my job to throw things over. All right. Wait a minute, I need to find the mouse first.
You've got that in one. So you can see this was one of the Vogues that is on exhibition, and we had it lying around and we were using it for early.
This is what the computer sees. So we have to be very careful when we start to use human terms like seeing, drawing. We have to realize that essentially what is happening, this is we're taking a slice out of the process, and the computer's simply taking an image and then identifying regions within that image that we specify, that Karen has specified as a pattern that it wants to keep. So I'll open up a few of these to give you an idea, but unfortunately my mouse has to travel an enormous distance. Can I just mirror the screen? Oh, wait, what I'm going to do is this.
Okay.
All right. So let me see. Yeah, I actually don't know what I'm. Can you double click it?
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
It's going to open.
This is wonderful.
Maybe we should.
Could you just mirror the screen for me? because otherwise we're bouncing back and forth. So essentially what we're saying here is the risk that we run is, and we do it all the time really, is to start referring to these intelligence systems as persons. And I'm sure that time, you know, is close, but essentially we're dealing with machines. There we go, yeah. And even here we're in a way we're you know, Karen has coded it for us to understand potential drawings or potential orbits. So the machine is identifying spaces, and then we're trying to create a sort of orbit around them. We're showing you a little bit behind the curtains here. But, you know, with this kind of imagery excites us just as much, I guess, as the outcomes. Should we open up a couple more?
Oh, we've got 10 minutes left.
Yeah. I'll thank you. So here's the cover of Vogue again. You can see that it's identified. It's identified the title and an outline for us, and we can keep going. You know, and
so we have the way that we work with the code as well is that as I think the judges pointed out, we have, or the question was, you know, how do we work with all of these different machines? And I was saying to Andy this morning that I think it's like they're almost different instruments. They've learned to riff together. It's almost like they're a jazz band that might improvise at one point, because we have some of the machines have been trained specifically to read, and I put that obviously in air quotes, where to recognize words on a page. And the Library of Non-Human Books, we ran it also in German, and it's been exhibited in Leipzig at the Museum of Books and Writing in the National Museum of Germany just this year, and it will be going to Munich as well. So it's a machine that is specialized in reading books and making the Library of Non-Human Books. But some of that code has obviously, by osmosis, almost made its way into this algorithm, and obviously adding the module that we crafted for the Library of Non-Human Books, we're able to make it also read these magazines. And when there is a page with heavy text, it will behave in a different way, trying to find haiku poems or trying to find other resonances or what can I say?
No.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. I was just enjoying it.
Yeah, so it's almost like it's almost like jazz. Yeah. So they play together. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Yeah. Well, what to me at least. So when Karen had to leave, they become fairly. Here you see one end of the studio, but you can see that at one point we have to do these images for ourselves. So this is something that we don't normally share, but they get complicated, these things, and so we have to make manuals for ourselves to remember how to build them. And so, you know, what order that I need to put them in, and etc. This was just before going to Germany. Do we have more images of the studio? I'd love that. This one, yeah. And in here there's something. Oh, this is one of the ones.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Here you have the. This is from another project, but
I have these goggles on because Andy was literally burning books right in front of me, and I didn't know when the laser was going to fire, so I had to keep those glasses on, and I had to change the contrast on my screen that I was working on because otherwise I couldn't read my code. So so we have the machines going contemporaneously.
You look cool. It's fine. It's let me see.
And it's like,
So as you can see, like we've got, you know, we have a love for both the language, the words themselves, but also the way that this old media is becoming entangled, I guess, with these new intelligent systems that we're working with. And ultimately what we're interested in is trying to understand the new feelings that are emerging. Yeah. I think this is the discussions that we have are generally based on that. We'll look at something like in that video I showed you right at the start, and we're almost done. But it's, yeah, if you want to finish on that one. We generally will say, like, you know, this feels weird, or, you know, what's the machine doing? Why is it it's giving me a strange kind of energy, or there's a chaotic aura around this particular thing that's happening, and we'll try and capture that in a way. We'll try and sort of, like I said at the start, we try and cut through so that we're not working across the surface, but maybe in a more critical way, I hope. We're sort of cutting into it. And so we can kind of look inside, which essentially means looking inside the way that we feel, these new feelings that the technology is giving us.
So I think, to answer the question about our studio practice, so we do employ AI in a number of ways. Sometimes, yes, it is generative. Sometimes it is language-based. Sometimes it is computer vision. We try to turn it on its head or ask the question that is taken for granted. And so we have 5 minutes left. Okay. But in general, I think about AI. Yes, there are a number of problems with the models having hoovered up mountains and mountains of images and texts, and even in the natural language processing, I recognize that these are all the words that have been written since the history of writing and since the history of books, of course, because they've all been scanned and they've all been translated and they've all been sucked into these very large models. But in the end, for me, I see them as statistical models. It's a little bit like knowing every single weather event since the recording of weather events. Can you tell the weather? Sure. But how you tell the weather, or why you tell the weather, or when you tell the weather is a very different thing.
It's a problem because many times the authors of the work that is being used in that second layer that I was talking about haven't given permission. And I think we're in this new space, but I firmly believe, we believe that the more artists that use these tools in a critical way, the better they can become. And we need more artists and designers engaging with this technology critically, thinking through all of these problems and problems we haven't probably even started to think about yet.
And as we grow up, these AIs or these tools that work with AI, these processes start to mature. And just like when we are maturing any technology or even any society or our own children, when they are maturing, we need to give them guidance, I think. And so we need to start setting some boundaries or setting some regulations or setting some rules for behavior that go beyond just turning a profit or making things go faster and harder all the time.
Sure. We can set rules, and then we need artists to those rules.
Absolutely.
But I feel like that's probably not a bad place.
Yeah, we have 3 minutes left if there's another question.
I don't know if you've answered the question. I hope so. Anyway.
Thank you very much. I could see that how fast your brains work. It was interesting to see how your brains work. A jagged orbit itself. So you read the magazine cover first. You use the camera to capture the picture of the cover, and then you start doodle on it. And also respond to the sound. And so those are the 3 things that are critical. And then you introduce space, and you use prompt to input space. I'm not quite sure if I have understood, but it was interesting. It was intriguing. That brings us at the end of the session, right? But about space, when you were talking about space, can you expand on that? I couldn't really understand what you were saying about the space.
Oh, so we often talk about the idea that perhaps
and then say this thing. It's calculating very difficult trajectories. So it's interesting. There's a metaphor to it because, of course, any line that an artist draws is a the trajectory. But we wanted the software to make many calculations. And so these n-body problems are some of the most difficult mathematical, especially astrophysics problems that we have. So and what's amazing is that this is a small microprocessor now that can calculate some of them under certain conditions. So to answer the question, we liked that it had to do a difficult task. And that was the opposite of doodling, I think. And so this created an internal logic to the artwork, which should, it should create an energy. Ding, ding, ding.
Thank you very much to the Tokyo TDC for having us here. We are so happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello everyone, hope you're all well, and congratulations to Henrik and Scott for their Typeface GB in winning the TDC Type Prize. Now, why do I like this typeface? Well, I do have a soft spot for those sans serif, slightly eccentric sans serif faces that were designed between the mid and the end of the 19th century in England. And this is one of them, and this adds something interesting and new to all the typefaces available. What I also like is the fact that this is a bit of typographic archaeology, of being able to construct a whole alphabet from just 2 characters and analysing the characteristics of those characters, the personality, and then extending that to the whole alphabet and numerals. So well done for doing that. The other thing that I do like about GB is the fact that there's also a letterpress version of it, which I think is a fantastic idea and well worthy. So all in all, I'm enthusiastic and will use this typeface. So thank you, Henrik and Scott. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Bye.
I'm not going to repeat that. I will. Thanks to TDC. It's an honor to be able to receive this prize. And I'm very happy to talk to you about the details of the work. So my name is Henrik Kubel. I'm the typeface designer in charge of this project. I am Danish by birth, but I spent the last 26 years in London, where I run our design and typography studio with the fellow designer Scott Williams. So we're 2 people, A2. This is where we are. We are in Shoreditch, and this is exactly where we are. We have a small building. This is it. This is from the outside. So we have meetings on the ground floor. On the middle floor, we work, and on the top floor is our archive. In this presentation, I will show you the inspiration behind the GB project. I will show you the digital design process. I will discuss, which is letterpress. I will show you our digital specimen and some examples of public use by other designers. And I will finish with the current state of the project. So here we go. This specific project or typeface started 15 years ago, but actually it was born around 1820, which makes it is about 200 years old. I visited a type archive at Central St. Martin's, and I photographed a page in a specimen showing 2 letters. It showed a G and a B. And I had this photograph for many, many years. And eventually I thought, well, I'm going to figure out where this comes from. And I found the original specimen, which I think was published in around 1940, but is showing work that's a lot older. It took me about 10 years before the idea of reviving, here's a detail, before I kind of had time and I understood what I was looking at and what I had to do. And I'm gonna, so we identified the source and this is it. And when I got the specimen, I thought, wow, like many specimens, you have the full alphabet in a specimen. But in this case, there were only 2 letters. So there was no help. So I had 2 letters. I had a G and I had a B. And I thought they were just fantastic. And then I saw there was an opportunity. So I searched a lot to see if I could find the rest of the letters, which I couldn't, but I found letters from other foundries and designers, which this is like from the 1800, early 1900. That kind of gave me an indication of where stylistically and visually this typeface could end up. So we didn't use this, but it was part of our research. Part of my investigation into where this typeface could come from was also to speak to our local letterpress printer called New North Press. And I showed them the G and the B and asked them if they had some type that looked like that in their very vast collection of wood type, which they didn't, but he still printed out some samples that perhaps was around about the same time. So a long story short, this is the beginning, and this is basically what I had. I had a B and a G. And this is what we had to do. I'm just going to look at my notes so I don't go off script. That's when I run out of time. So this might look daunting to the untrained eye, but it's for me, when I see this, I see opportunity. And I like that. But it's not just the exciting thing about drawing fonts, and especially about drawing this font and drawing letters that you don't know what they're going to look like, is this. This is called the design process. And what we can see is that I'm trying to figure out what the lowercase a should look like. And there are many more options but I would just highlight 4 of the options that I went through, and basically every single letter, or most of them in this final typeface, has lots of variations. They're like design stages. I don't always record them like I did here, so they happen, and then I just forget about it. But in this case, I recorded some of the A's because I couldn't quite make my mind up. But in the end, with every single typeface, you need to make your mind up. You need to make a decision, and that's the beauty about the type also. I have a note here saying this is the final uppercase A and lowercase a, and you notice how the left-hand side of the A is thinner. It's not a mistake. This is the right way. It's optical. And you have to trust me. This is how you draw Latin type, and especially pronounced in the very bold weights of a font. This is the final character set. So we have a lot of accented characters, diacritics, and of course a lot of number systems. Everything. It's about 508 letters, which compared to Japanese and other scripts is not a lot, but it still needs to be done. So just look, I have two clocks. I have one on and this one and this one. Part of designing fonts, and this is something that's always lingering in the background. It's in most cases when I name my fonts, they're project specific, so they take the name of the project, like fonts for the New York Times, they call NY, and other projects are easy to name. But in this case, there were no kind of it was a self-initiated project, so nothing was suggesting a name, but what's the name of this typeface? We looked at lots of names. I mean, we were kind of referring to the fact that it was called, that we found the letters G and B. So we thought, well, maybe we should look at British names, and these are some of them. And I'll also show you, this is our selection process. It's for one reason or another, they all kind of didn't work. And the great news is that GB was there all along. But sometimes you need just to question whether that's right. All those right in front of you. And it was right. And that made me very happy. So now we know the name of the font is a GB. And we have a digital font that was inspired by analog. It was inspired by two wood letters. Now we have a digital font. And I was thinking, well, maybe we should do the right thing and go back. So we go from analog to digital, and then we go back to analog again. And so I basically decided to produce this typeface as a wood type alphabet. And when you do that, the process is slightly different because you cut these letters in multiples. So you have 6 A's, 3 B's, 4 C's, 4 D's, 6 E's, and so forth. So you can set a word. Was that for me? I've only been speaking for 14 minutes, including John. So the letters are then being routed out in wood. And this is the final alphabet. You can see them in the exhibition at the TDC. I just want to say thank you for displaying them so beautifully in the vitrine. It was really, really beautiful. Thank you very much. And this is the final set. So in digital, we have one small font file. This is the real thing. You have 6 cases of wood type. And I love that. So I then thought, I called up my friends at New North Press around the corner from where we are. And we worked with them in the past. And this is a small side remark. They have the whole archive, all the wood type is in cases, and they're all marked A2. So it shows the uppercase A and the numeral 2. That's their identification system for the whole library. Now, the nice thing about this is that my company name is A2. So it kind of meant to be. Huh? This is I'm going to show you how we printed with the typeface. We did lots of posters. I'm just going to go back to my script now. Basically, what I called up the letterpress printers and said, listen, I've done this typeface. I'm going to cut it in wood type, and then I'm going to give it to you on the condition that I can come and print with it, and which they agreed to. So now they have this wood type that I can print with, and everyone else can. So this is one of our digital sketches that we chose to do a poster to launch the typeface, and this is how it's put on the bed. It's called on the press. So it's a very physical thing. This is I'm showing you this because it's kind of Graham. It's kind of interesting. So Graham, who runs the press, Graham Bignell. Funny enough, GB again, Graham Bignell. It all makes sense. It's very weird. So I came to him and I had all these ideas about what we should do in terms of color. And he said, "Oh, I have lots of colors. I bought these old tins of ink. They're about 100 years old, and a lot of them look like this. but they're still good. So when we came, we thought we would print the poster. We wanted to do overprint. And we wanted to print it in purple and orange. And we did that, but it didn't look very good. And if you know when you print letterpress and you print two colors over print, you print one first and then you need to change everything, you need to wash the machine, and then you put the wood type on again, and then you ink it up, and then you print it again, and then the process twice. So it's very laborious just to print two colors. So we tried two new colors. We tried pink and we tried dark green. Now, that was very beautiful when we printed it, but the pink dried up very dark, so that didn't work either. So a bit like with the name, we went back to where we came from, and we tried blue, like that. These are just the it's a detail of the posters hanging, drying. And then we cleaned the press, and then we try red on top. Of course, it all links to the G and the B and of course the British colors, but blue and red are also very traditional colors in letterpress, which I was kind of happy about. 2 minutes left. This is when we pull this sheet. We put the blue sheet onto the red letters, and then it's being run through the press, and this is when we pull it off. And this is the final poster. You can also see that in the exhibition, and thank you again for framing it. It looks much better. So then I go back to digital. So I did a digital specimen because we were then publishing our typeface. I'm just going to show you a couple of slides from that. This is a character set. These are some of the inside pages. Showing off the typeface. I have 1 minute left. Wonderful. I will make it. I got 5 minutes. Oh, well, I haven't got that many slides. So there's extra question time, if you don't mind. So think of some questions. And then I'm going to show you, so I'm going to finish my talk showing you, so because the typeface now is commercially available, that means that designers can purchase the typeface and use it. And this is not our work, but I want to show how other people use our work. So this is an example of, there's a designer he asked for the typeface, and he was doing an exhibition in a museum about the origin of horses. And he identified this typeface as being very horse-like. So, which he's right about that. I hadn't seen it. So you can see the top one, it's kind of the P looks a bit like the nose of the horse. The leg of the R is the leg of you see how it works? And the tail of the horse is the R also, and so forth. I think it's well spotted. Here is his final poster. I think he could have used the typeface a little bit bigger, but that's what it is. It's down there. And this is me in Heathrow Airport on my way to Tokyo. There was suddenly a horse. It's true. Outside the lounge. And I thought, this makes perfect sense. You know, all these things align. It wasn't a real horse, but anyway. This is another example. This is actually Richard Adak, who also works at New Notes Press. He did like a calling card, and he just used the lowercase. He printed it very beautifully with the gold ink on black card, and it's a play on words. It says I and ear, and then it has a D, means dear, means precious. The next slide. I hope there's some music working. This slide is it's actually a piece of work we did just to say Happy New Year on our Instagram account. And what I like here, it's basically just doing a very simple animation in Illustrator and then applying some free filters on IG, and I was just going to play it. But what I like about here is that it suggests the link between the analog and the digital. You see that now. And I think I did that 5 minutes to midnight. I was actually in France at the time. Anyway, this is another example of book designers from Spine Studio in Copenhagen. They're using the font on a very large publication, which I think is exciting. Who doesn't like to see large type on book spines like that? They use it throughout also, but I thought I'd just show you this detail. And that brings me to the conclusion. This is where we are right now. And you may have guessed it. I'm doing more weights because I can. I'm doing more weights, and of course, it's very time consuming, and I got no idea when it will be done. It won't take 10 years like the birth of the typeface, but I'm working my way through, and I've done all the Romans, and now I'm working on the italics. So from 2 letters, the final font, digital font, will have 7,102 clips. It is kind of wild. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We would like to move to the next work, Tokyo TDC Award 2024 TDC Award winner. The title is Experimental Work Circling Quartet. The award winner is Wang Yihao-san. Congratulations. And this award-winning piece is named Experimental Work Circling Quartet Graphic Work. Could you show the first slide or the image of your presentation so that we like to explain your work? The title is Circling. The graphic based on the theme of music, based on music. And this is my comment. When I first saw this, I've been all thinking about this work, and I found that your work has won the award, and I was very glad to see that because it remained in my mind. At first glance, and this is based on music, but it looks very unique and distinctive with 3D shapes and the work. At first glance, I spent so much time how to interpret this shape. It's like, in a way, a somewhat very unique drawing and painting to decipher. I enjoyed time appreciating this graphic. That was very stimulating and inspiring as I was looking at your work. And following that, at first glance, I actually laughed because I found this so intriguing. It looks so cool and excellent, but not only that, I felt I tried to wear this work on top of my head like a hat in my imagination. And it looks like scripture but at the same time, you can feel some space and lightweight, as it is based on music. Perhaps that may explain this sense of lightness. And there's some room for interpretation. It's not that you can just focus on the shapes, but it gives us a special time to appreciating this work. That was what I found very interesting about this work. And how should I say this? As a creator, I wonder how you created this, the process. That is something I'm very curious to know. Why the reason you try to finish this shape, end up creating this shape. I think Wan-san will be talking about this. But my question to you is that to reach this goal, perhaps you have some various images or the concepts or some mistakes or some unfinished versions. So I would like to know what was behind before reaching this goal, the process of some failures, mistakes, if you have any. So my question is, I'd like to know these kind of things in your presentation. I think that was first slide showing your work. And I think there's some, it's evolving, yes, right? So I think, yes,
Yeah, thank you, Nakamura-san. Your comment and question. Yeah, I'm Yihao Wang. I'm a graphic designer from China and based on Baltimore now. Before I introduce the award-winning work, I want to introduce my other projects so that you can know more about me as well. Yeah, let's get it. The first project is a typeface design work. Timon Regular. It is a revival display font. This font was inspired by Timon medieval typeface made by German typographer and graphic artist Walter Timon. Timon medieval was released in 1909 and the half-feet style was added in 1911. Timon medieval adopts several characteristics of the Venetian old style, including the angle in smaller head and some peculiar letter form like the DDPQ group, distinguished by their semicircle bows. The whole font seems to result from mixing two writing tools like translation and expansion. This is a font in use. This font was used in the title cards of the 1929 German movie named Woman in the Moon. Since the ratio of uppercase to lowercase in the original fonts was too large, so I adjusted the cap height and ascender to make the ratio more suitable. And I harmonized the writing instrument by converting the entire set of characters to the structure of translation. The most unique vibe of this font, I feel, it is some radical and interesting glyph structures. So I chose to keep those features and tweak the design appropriately. The final adjusted font presents a sharp, modern aesthetic, more full and uniform for display on screen. in order to retain the shape of F, the upper part of the F is closer to the right, so the ligature character is added. Digital specimen. Yeah. The second work was designed in 2023, a brand design for a designer fashion brand, Moderation. Moderation pursues a neutral, sculptural aesthetic in the logo revamp. The client hopes to convey a simple and powerful brand image through monogram graphic. The four-letter M blends modernity with a classic vibe. The brand font embodies a streetwise feel. It is based on the structure of grid fonts while bringing the uniformity and adding some strange proportion of the changeable characters. So the overall font system has a hard structure and lively feeling. The typography still mimics the photo collage from a time without computer, and the crooket text is more like vintage and vivid, reflecting the bold impact the brand hopes to convey. In the production process, we first take the pictures of the textual information and print out it. Due to the perspective relationship, the text blocks will be crooked and twisted, and the unevenly shaped color blocks will be cut out and collaged to completely break the grid order and from the poster design. In the whole process, we didn't use a computer, but use a clumsy, primitive manual method to deal with the information. This visual system is also followed in the design of some like signage, and the rhythm of the overall brand image is well temporary. Similarly, we try to see what interesting temperaments would be created by presenting the system on a different extension. Yeah, then the third project is an experimental work. I want to explore how text and dynamics can be combined based on music. Okay, the first song is YMO's electronic music named Reading, released in 1979, which is filled with electronic synthesizers, sounds, lasers, and some old computer game sounds effects in a lively ritual arrangement. I try to use a prism in the type movements and text structure to produce the effect of refraction deformation. The second one is a Chemical Brothers 2002 release of electronic music named Stargazer. This music has a strong sense of rhythm. The music MV is a scenery outside the window of a moving train, and the editing and rhythm of the music is perfectly combined. So to present the fast rhythm of the music through letters, I try to use stop motion. The whole perspective like a train constantly through the letter of this whole building. Special movement is conveyed through the size of letter and the relationship between the front and back of letter. The third one is Mocha Buma's 2018 post-punk release, which is introverted and complex with an experimental quality, like its music covers the brutalist style building named Hotel Panorama Resort. So I made a model of the building around the lyrics and showed the lyrics through the rotation of the model. Yeah. For this project, I wanted to explore the combination of type as graphic and dynamics. Music is somehow connected to typography. It is about like space, rhythm, control, style, and so on. Yeah, designer love music. Finally, let me introduce my winning project. This is an experimental typography work on the subject of the musician's name and the song title. In this Mica GDMFA project, each student needs to choose a different style of music to create a visual design. Yeah, this is my work. My choice is an electronic work for type circling released in 2010. The whole song is minimal and subtle, avant-garde and experimental. The musicians have used simple sample loops arranged to reconstruct a wonderful sense of atmosphere. Before beginning the design, I researched the musician and some comments about the song. The core of the design field is electronic, spatial, rhythm, delicate, radical, and experimental. Yeah, it's so complete. So I ran some tests. This is no bad. The color forms the texture, but I feel it was not good enough. This one is too common, especially on an electronic cover. This one is a bit too regional and lacks the softness feel. And this is too raw, not delicate enough. Yeah, above all, these tests are all based on a circle shape, which reference the song title circling, because there are no lyrics in the song. The only textual information is the song title circling. So why don't we start with the graphical property of the text itself? First, I made a condensed display font. The structure of the font has a rhythmic feel of the uniform blocks. And because of the feeling of the music itself, I draw inspiration from the constructivist poster when designing the typeface for the song. Yeah, how do I use text to present a visual? The most immediately idea in my mind was circling. since the name of the song is circling and the whole song is a segmented loop, so why not just make the circling character circle back? Yeah, it's circling. After I decide on this idea, I started trying it out. Next step, I researched some Bratto-List architecture as a reference for the design style, and this style has the same radical experimental characters as this music. I try to make powerful graphic by Adobe Illustrator. The type will be stretched to different heights for 3D surround into a sculpture or architecture like the body. Cross section can be seen on the front and back of the two circling types, and same font due to the different heights circling around the font after the lower section of the formation of a progressive ladder shape. It's as radical as Bratto-List architecture, and at the same time has the finest feel of the architecture material. And I try to extend it, how to apply the vision to different sides, and I think the variability of the font structure plays a role here. Yeah, I'm going a classical sculpture building. This is the final deliverable. The classical and radical calm and delicate feeling like a sculpture. This is my definition of it. I think a cover without color is like electronic music without lyrics. It's not pale, instead full of interesting rhythm. The different kind of extension, like a poster, I'm enjoying it, and how to look at an album cover and a poster. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I saw works of your other projects, and I understand how you create your works. It was so fascinating, and based on the music, you experiment a lot. Through that process, I think every time you do so, you can fly, if you will, fly to various directions. I wish I could take the similar approach. I'd like to do the same approach as you. That was so interesting and fascinating. As I listened to your presentation explanation, I think you go straight into this goal and the final shape. And but I assume there should be some trials and errors in creating this final piece of design. And trying to create the 3D types of work, are there any different methods, approaches you did, or any mistakes you made during the process? Are there any things you encountered during this process?
Sorry, it's about some tests, some failure tests. Okay. Actually, I don't have mistake about the test, but I try some different direction, but I think I prefer this one, like use a type to make some graphical things. I try some just graphic or like a Python. Yeah, but not mistakes. I just prefer this. Yeah.
Understood. So from the theme to reaching this goal, the final version of your design, that was very clear, and I enjoyed your explanation and the work. Thank you very much for your presentation.
So we'd like to start Tokyo TDC Annual Awards 2024 TDC Prize, Akin Reinhardt. I'm Tanaka, the judge. So at first, the critiques of this product. Before I touch upon my critics, I just want to personally talk about myself. In terms of your work, you had other works too, and you had another work that was presented, and I knew immediately that it was your work. I have always liked your work in the past, and I'm very happy that you did put forward for the TDC. And the reason why I liked your work from the past is because when I started the graphic design, modernism was all designers were conveniently using this modernism, but your work has a distance from this modernism, and that's something I wanted to do too. So initially, I was aiming for modernism as a graphic designer, but when I found something strange, at that time I saw your work, and for me, that kind of helped me in the direction I moved. So I'm very, very grateful to be able to speak in front of you today. In terms of your work, so this moat, this stone walls, and you have this electronic signage. Both of them has block built on, which I thought was interesting. And the message that you present here is like you're disseminating a message and you're not disseminating a message. In other words, it doesn't have a message. So in terms of the message that you're disseminating and this profound castle-like atmosphere and this modern, or it might be a light electronic signage. I think this balance is very difficult to articulate, but was amazing. So critiques, and my question is, I did present this question to you beforehand, but this place, has that had an influence on your typeface? Does the location have an influence on your typeface? And I touched upon earlier on, but in terms of typography that you make, it's not limited to disseminating information, but it's the color, the molding, the letter form. Of course, if you just want to do functionally, just put in words, but what is the philosophy behind this?
So thank you for having me, and thank you for coming all. This question is longer than the question you sent me before. No problem. I'm very glad that you mentioned modernism, and because we in the beginning of the work, I was once, somebody explained me that the modernism was a thing that was done in the 50s when the war was over. So everybody was looking forward to a new future, everybody was positive. And so typefaces were designed in this idea that everything becomes clean and beautiful or healthy. But I think some years went by now, and we had different events since then, and the world changed since 1950. So typefaces and artists and everybody has to react on that. And that was our work before that you mentioned when I was working at Duo S45, that we have to find appropriate language for current contemporary time. That's one thing. So coming to that project here that I made, and how can I explain? Okay, there was a really precise task or precise brief by the artist who had the idea, the concept for this project, Mathieu Saladin, a French artist, and he wanted to do a thing like an oracle. That means a thing that predicts how the future will be, again, the future. So, but from nowadays, from today, from tomorrow. So the installation was every day changing depending on air quality. So it says today it will be better than yesterday and better than tomorrow. So this is one of it. I come back to more details later. But for me, the brief, and the only brief, was it has to be legible from 35 meters because it's a moat, it's a big castle, impressive castle, and the position of the wall of the project is very far away from people. It's around 35 meters. So this is the thing how it has to work, 35 meters. And it has to communicate as a sentence. That's all. So this was a brief. So for me, it's not like doing a big type, like a poster size type. It was like doing a small typeface. A typeface that you look, which is written very small because you see it from far. So the same effect as it is small. So there's no need for details, no need for small curves, no need for elegancy, in my opinion, because it's small type. So it's about the more like a non-complex, a very simple impact. But anyhow, even if it has to be simple, I want to make the most out of it. So this was the brief I gave myself. And since I would say 1 or 2 years, I'm also teaching in a more regular way. So I think, or I felt the last 2 years, okay, I should research more, also get more knowledge, or that wasn't the case before always. So I started again to looking in history and how the professionals or the old masters are doing type design. And I was researching, and I always end up with Adrian Frutiger, which is my favorite guy, I would say. And I found one thing, what he mentioned about typefaces done for signage. That was a thing that it is good if every letter form, perhaps I misinterpreted it, but I did it anyhow, that every letter form or the letter form of each character should be different from the other letter form. That means, I will show you what I mean, what I understood. This is a production process. I come back to that later. This is a Mr. Frutiger son. This is a base, I would say, of the typeface design. On top, you see how a letter or alphabet is done normally, I would say. You have a structure, you have one form. Here you have a circle. And out of this circle and the line, you construct all the different letters. So it becomes homogeneous. It becomes harmonic. And there's no disturbance in it. So this is on top. But also, you can see it's very, like I said, homogeneous, and there's not so much contrast in it. And the idea, as I did interpret the words of Adrian Frutiger, it would be better that each letter has a certain difference in it. So I made it this example very fastly. So different X heat, if you want. This you can change to get different letter forms, or not always having the circle, but also an ellipse. So this was the basis of my idea to create a typeface or to create this signage, to really go into the extreme of every letter to make it different from each other. So, okay. So you can see here that I'm not respecting something like an exit. I'm not respecting, I would say, the width of the thing. But anyhow, every letter needs a certain space. So I was really I was really looking at each letter, which size and which position would be the best. Also, in combination with the other letters. I let this a little bit flowing like this. So I get back to my script, in fact. So the idea was really to get an heterogeneous design for better readability for small sentences, seen from far away. And not too harmonious design of the letter forms, because that will not help the readability for words and short sentences, sure. If you do a book design, sure, you have to be more homogeneous, and but this is a different task. I'm not into book design here, I'm into signage. So I had this freedom, as I would say. So this is the background of these letter forms, pure research from the masters, Mr. Frutiger-san. I believe that if you create a piece that is working independently well, it can be put in a lot of different places and contexts. This is the answer of your question about the stones. I didn't pay attention of the stones. I had to think about the distance, but I didn't want to find anything that is harmonizing with the stones. But then it worked well, because I would say it would work in an interesting way, because it was working also independently. This is my belief, I would say. Okay, this placement is also a second step. Also, I want to be surprised by my own work. Otherwise, it makes no sense. So I can't predict anything, everything in the form. So I would say that I did develop the letter forms without thinking about the bricks. But when I made tests and saw the final installation, I was pleased that there is an interesting interaction and communication. For example, the screens are a digital version of the wall. Putting original and independent artworks can be put everywhere. The interaction with the environment can be surprising, contrasting, and harmonizing. This happened with the bricks. Okay. Now we go back to the content. It's important too. These letter forms were serving as letter forms to communicate the content. And the content is predictions about the next day. It's an oracle. And at the time, I was satisfied with the result of a collection of different forms. This is a collection of different forms. It was time to think about another element, to create an element of free spectacle, the color. I didn't want to choose a certain color combination, so I decided, this is also some example from Mr. Frutiger. Here we have a certain color combination for the workflow, for working. Also, first steps, here you see was more as it has to be with an X heat. You have big letters, or in the small letters. respecting the exit, but it was not the maximum you could achieve. You could use the usage of the display was not efficient because it's too small. So I really made it big. Here you see also the content in another typeface, only to see the content on it and how normal type would work on that. So this is not adapted to a screen, I would say. But this was the structure of it. These are the contents. Not to say, in the first it's always today, then it's 3 other alternative phrases like today is like, or today is worse than, or today is better than yesterday. Sometimes with a color form, sometimes not, or comma. But better than, and better than, and the same as, but worse than, and worse than tomorrow. So these are the possibilities you have in life, or in day, and in from the Oracle. So I come back to the color later. This is also to give you an idea of the place, because in the beginning I only saw the outside, the bricks. But we see you have a fortress, you have a brick, but inside there is stored a marvelous piece of tapestry of the Apocalypse. It's an old work. It's large. You see them. It's an original. It's not a projection. It's original tapestry, and you have this wonderful installation with this dimmed light, and you're walking into like not like heaven, but you really walk in a illuminated space with apocalyptic scenery. So the fortress is famous for these things. You're on it, and also it's about that. You're thinking about the future, what will happen. So this is a theme for the project 2. Okay. Now we come to color. As you see on top, a lot of color going on. As I said, also I start to work with color. Before I didn't care so much. It was about finding colors that are contrasting perhaps, but mostly it was about black and white, I would say. But I also want to use now color as I would say, content. And but I didn't want to choose any color, so I had this simple idea to show every color in an animation. I have. I get back to the script perhaps. I didn't want to choose a certain color combination, so I decided to use all and made a protocol that showed every saturated color one time during a day with very slow changes, one for the word and one for the negative form, the background of the sentence. Changes of color are not recognizable during watching. It is too slow. There are moments where the colors are very contrasted. I go to these. This is to show you in the program to only really a numeric change of color, starting from a certain point, starting from a certain color and going like the rainbow, following the rainbow colors. So I had no control about, I only could define the starting point of it. So as you can see, sometimes the contrast is very low. And this took 1 hour like that in original. So if people stop by at a certain point and they see only blue color, they have to wait until they can read. So this was also part of the project. There are moments where the colors is very contrasted, sometimes in good readable color combination, sometimes it's very subtle.
by expanding the color animation to the transit of the whole day, we were expressing that this is not a short and easy way to swallow information, but an information that refers to the whole day. More extremely said, we were forcing the visitor to stop and stay. We did bend her and his time of the visitor. So this is one example of it. Again, the color combination. I repeat, the concept was to make a very legible and rich in contrast typeface. Because the project of artist Mathieu Saladin was installed at the top of the fortress, separated from the viewer by profound and wide mode, only to be seen minimum 35 meters distance. The task for me was to find a form to communicate a set of different phrases that appear dependent on an algorithm and the prediction of quality of air for the next day, an oracle. Thank you. Crazy Castle.
More time. I understood very well. To be able to see from 35 meters away distance, be able to see this. And the way you interpret is dependent on the viewer. There's no set rules. How we respond to what you show is dependent on ourselves. So I'm person in charge of the next, but if I could touch upon this uniqueness of the letter forms, I think that's a very right way of thinking, but this righteousness or the right way, I think is just flying. It's not within this framework of this rightness. The rightness has been overdriven. So I think that variance is very interesting. So because you depend on the rule, you overdrive this righteousness, then it kind of disrupts. That line is very, very interesting. But what's your thought in terms of how you make this overdrive, the how much you overdrive or not? How do you make that line of to what extent do you override?
I think you could do it more extreme, that it's really like saying, oh, I can do everything I want. People have to cope with that. I always think if you have rules, it's good it's also a very educative way to use these rules and to exaggerate that people get in knowledge of these rules also perhaps. So this, for me, as this rule was for me new, I can't wait that people will see this rule inside of the project, but now I can explain it, for example, and it can be a common experience, this rule. And here also we have the fact that it's only 5 lines of information. So we have the freedom to have time to read it. And so this gave me freedom to create. Also, I think it's time. Also, the project gives freedom for the people to look at it and have time to look at it. As I said, we forced them to look at it because sometimes it wasn't visible, but they were curious perhaps. So thank you.
So I want to continue to the next work.
So you won 2 awards, and the next one is good design. You won a second award for art book. It's art book by Miriam Karen. TDC book design. Around the world, a lot of really good works come together, and we see very interesting or good books to be entered. But this one, I personally love this. I personally love. I would encourage you to. I encourage you to take a look at this book. Novel is not fixed. And no. And then there's a scratches. There's some scratches. At a glance, you feel it's so freed and it feels free and improvising. But if you take a closer look and turn pages, you see that there's a lot of thought being put into this place for editing those pages. And paintings. The finished product or it doesn't look like a finished work is the most important but it's more like process, the process of for this book being made, or the ambience of this book was put through, and I think you feel the vibe how the book was being produced, and you feel the temperature and time, and you naturally start feeling that element. So that's why I was very intrigued by this book, and I sent a question in advance, and handwriting or drawing. Those are the very interesting aspects. Vector, better, Adobe Illustrator. You used Adobe Illustrator to produce certain letters, characters. They are all comes with, they're very linear or fluent. And I love that about your work. And about vector graphic, okay, what's your thought on the vector graphic? That was my question that I asked prior to this presentation.
Thank you, Fukuchi-san. Okay, continue. I have to go to the beginning about the forms. I'm very glad that you asked about the forms, because the origin was not Illustrator. It was really my practice that I'm doing since 2-3 years, working with brush, working with hand. I work always since the beginning, but since 3 years also I have a practice of drawing without no client, with no context. I'm getting into that, and for the project of Miriam Khan, for the artist, for me this was a very high stake in an artistic way, because she's one of the best artists in the world, I would say. So I came up with a very simple thing, only to what did I write? Only to brush, only taking the brush and putting the brush on the paper and looking what the brush will do. This is the idea of the book, I would say. This is the idea of the project, that I didn't want to use a brush to make a typeface. I didn't want to use it to have the effect of a brush, and by in the way having the brush and doing a letter form and looking what the letter will look like. Here I got it back. I took a step back, I would say. I only used the brush with no intelligence, I would say, only with the hand, and put it on the paper. And we're looking what was going on. Perhaps I can look at my script too. I show you the process of it. I wanted to build a strong typeface, sure, reacting to the artist's personality. She's very no compromise, I would say. I was tired of thinking how to set up a tool of design, a method to create letter forms by using and applying that method. That's what I told, what I was saying. Having a certain tool, and then you use the tool, and then to draw a typeface, and the interaction between the tool and the form that you are obliged to do, create the result. Here, I only want to create with no letter forms and looking what form will be produced by the tool. So this is, I made, as you can see here, a lot of pushes on paper with a brush and ink. But then I do work. Sure, this is one example. Then I took the forms and composed them together in forms that have a resemblance with letters. This already you can say it's a P, perhaps. The alphabet was done. Okay, oh, that's faster. So here we have different brushes, different forms that came out of this process of putting the brush on the paper. Again, different forms, a lot of forms. You can see them in that wonderful exhibition at Ginza Graphic Gallery. So this was the result of it. Then I started. This is A and B. So this is how it started. I took two different forms I found and did the composing together that fulfill the minimum requirement of a letter form that we know. C, D, sure. E, F, G. So, for example, E is composed of three forms. This is the most elaborate, the most complex of them, I would say. I continue with the European alphabet. G, K, L, M, N, O, the first line, then P, R, S, T, U, V, W, 5. Very geometric, the W, and so on. Based, okay, like the forms. They're all on a baseline, sure, in this composition. These are the capital letters of the alphabet. You can recognize on the second line on the right the R and the S, for example. So, based of this alphabet, I did develop first posters for communication for the different events during the exhibition, because it was an art exhibition taking place in a village in the southern Switzerland. And their art exhibition with different events. So the first steps were the communication of that event with different posters. And I decided to do it in a very Swiss classical way, to have a second font, typesetted in a very clean or quiet way, in contrast with this corporate identity typeface. FEMT, it means foreign, strange, or foreign. Comes from if you are foreign in a foreign country or you are like an immigrant. That was one of the themes of the exhibition. This is for different speakers. People like Paul Preciado were there, curators, the artists. This is Italian. You can't read this. It's fisicamente. Fisicamente is written, the thing, but it's written in big. Because it was in southern Switzerland, they speak Italian there too, or almost. So it's also about the whole exhibition had to do something with being strange, being in different languages, so orientation in different languages. This gave me also the freedom not to be on one culture, only, different posters. It was with architects, for example, too, activists, authors. So these were different for every event, another color combination, sure. That was the way they were used. As I said, it was in a village, so there's no walls of advertising there. It's only people allowing other people putting posters on their doors, like you see here. But it's also, like we saw before in the project before, also a very nice landscape there, the south of Switzerland. And it has to compete with posters or advertising for massage or for whatever, or yeah, almost I don't know what else or other courses. Okay, now we come to the exhibition itself. This I show you because this was the exhibition venue. It's not the art of the artist. These are the trompe-l'œil paintings. That means you have a white wall and then you put, that was here, but for me it was a little bit new. You make paintings that look like architecture details, looking like sculptures are hanging on the ceiling, but everything is painted there. It was a rich guy who wanted to show that he became successful in patisserie, in sugar baking, and patisserie is a better word for it. And so he made really like a palace out of his farmhouse. So here you see all these dynamic paintings where the artist wanted to hang her own paintings inside. So the artist decided not to hang the paintings on a white wall, in a white cube. It's really on these things. So I did visit the exhibition, and I was thinking about how can I represent these paintings in a catalog, in a publication afterwards. And it was sure I can't show them in a traditional way, like in a white cube, because we have this strange stuff around. Why don't I follow my script? So I was thinking about how can I react on that fact? How can I transfer the feeling of a visitor visiting the exhibition? So I came up with trying different angles. Shall I not show them in the right angle? Shall I show them in a more like a visitor angle, a flaneur, like approaching, going back? So I took these photos, and to continue in my script would be because a book with reproductions of the paintings will never be the same like the real paintings. We as a designer have the freedom to interpret on the task to communicate and mediate the artist's work. This is what I was that I realized again when I did this exhibition. My approach was to make photos from different angles, like you see the paintings when you approach a painting or leave a painting. The idea also of a detailed view. When the exhibition was installed, I noticed that the exhibition of the paintings of Miriam Khan was an exhibition inside the exhibition of all the trompe-l'œil paintings in the Palazzo Palace was covered. So it was painting, into architecture, into a wonderful Swiss-Italian landscape, as you saw. I thought this important for the documentation of the exhibition. How are paintings, the paintings are rectangles, how are they shown into their context? This was a task for me, the task I gave myself. When designing, you are always confronted with the necessity or possibility to work with grids. Maybe grids, when working with reproductions of photos of painting, they become very visible, the grids. Like they become an extra graphic. These are again the paintings. Like you see the idea of approaching or going back, going forth. Also with all these other rectangles like the doors. So it's a potpourri. It's a very collection of rectangles, diagonals. Here you have the photographer, Lukas Bassmann. And you have the trompe l'oeil again. The area. This is an environment museum. This is at the artist's place. She has the atelier around in a very brutalist building in that area. So this is where she works, but the exhibition took place here in this environment. So the artist produces stuff in that environment and goes to that environment. This is the entrance of the building. This is the other side, more fancy, with palazzo, palace style. Okay, going back to the designer's work. That's what I mentioned. You visit an exhibition. We did visit the Mark Roscoe last, very powerful exhibition. You have paintings on the wall. You look at the paintings, strong. And then you look at the catalog. And I always have the problem with the white space around, like here, because the whole, not the whole, but a big part of the paintings of Roscoe are rectangles. How they work, how they interact together, the rectangles. And then I have to see, and the most big rectangle is the white border around. So I'm sure visitors or observers will recognize this in a subconscious way. So for me, it wasn't possible to work with a visible grid that strong, that really is against the work, in my opinion. Like you see here, for me, the white grid is too important, and I wanted to avoid that in that book. This is still from the Mark Roscoe catalog. So I thought, okay, why don't I use the environment as that grid, as these borders for the painting? Here you have everything. You have the trompe l'oeil, you have, these are two photos, in fact. And you have also the paintings, but it's like a natural frame, I would say. Here you see, also you have always frames around, but I did avoid to put an extra frame around. You see some details also that I like. You have in the middle, you have this title, you have the identity of the book, of the project, Das Fremde, it's written. Also you have the pagination, the numbers of the pages inside, everywhere, because I thought this is very important to show it's a book and it has numbers. It's not television, it's a book, so it's an information that is important too, and not on the bottom of the page. So these are some pages. So the book is composed of different parts. The first part is the reproduction or the interpretation of the paintings. Then you have important sentences of different participants. For example, the artist says, fragility is a very strong power. Her art is nourished out of it. Also working with contrast. So yeah, I gave a lot of space to these thoughts. No, nothing else needed, I would say, to it. Also a way to this is only a way to show how the events were going on. It was video footage, so I didn't want to show video footage. I had to treat it a little bit to have it more enigmatic and iconographic, perhaps. Typeface. You mentioned, I think you mentioned, what did you say? Functionally edited in a functional way. So I thought you mean also that it's legible. Like that. It's a lot of content. Yes, and now I want to go onto this that you mentioned, the how is it now? That the edges inside the book and the spline. For me, it is important when I do a catalog or a book that it's not only design or composition on 2 dimensions, like you put something on left and you put something on the right and look about it and how these things is, and then you turn the page and then a complete new world appears, something else. For me, it's important to also to show that it is a 3-dimensional object. And my way to do it is to say I put elements on every page at the same position or in a slightly modified position to express that there is something also going from not only here and here, it's also going like here, going down. So we have a book. If you have a book, you're constantly reminded that it's in unity too. So it's a little thing to do, but in my opinion, if you put certain forms on the same page, on every page, you get that information that you're following something. Yeah. Do something through the book. So the book has a drawing through the pages and becomes 3-dimensional. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ito Gavin. I hope everyone can hear me. This is the last session today. The last session, Tokyo TDC Award, RGB Award. That day I couldn't write a poem. Zenyan-san? Yes. Mikyo Kyuji-san. Yes. I don't know how to read these, but we can hear a presentation from you. My name is Gavin Ito. First, I'd like to talk about what kind of process we went through at the screening process. I think not everyone played the game. So this is a video game or the PC game. You play the game to read a poem. This is how it works. I think we should play it by ourselves to understand it, but many of you participants have not played this. I think you can play this. So let us play it later. And RGB Award, so-called a other award, but we can see so many varieties in this award, and this is not something we discussed a lot. We reached the conclusion very quickly. Everyone in the judge and the board thought that your work was quite interesting. In the preliminary screening process, when I received data, I was cautious and careful because this is very good as a game and it's driving forward in itself, and the graphics are fun and it's enjoyable. It's a bit difficult to play. You cannot finish it with ease, so it's interesting to play. But being interesting and being good in design of poems, they are intertwined in your work. So I thought I should be careful in how we see this. And also dot graphics, this is something students try to propose. They assume that being dot graphics are something excellent, and there are so many students trying to utilize dot graphics to show a good vibe as something nice. But at any rate, your work was quite interesting, and I thought this was quite nice. Sorry, Anna, I think I'm talking so long, but my point here is that some elements in a game, I think game has been traditionally a poem in a way, and you reminded us that thing, and you compress many factors into a one, and you can imagine and there are things from symbols, not full drawings, pictures, but you can read and interpret that symbols and marks on the screen, and you can feel a broad range of emotions when you play the game. That is the feeling I felt through assessing your work, and that's why you've been selected as the RGB Award winner. And how was it created? That is where we are curious to know, and that is exactly we can hear from you, Zenya-san. I would appreciate your presentation on that note. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So allow me to do a quick introduction. Me, who's wearing the hat, my real name is Tainaka, and next to me, the permed guy is Usuha. And both of us, on the internet handle name, we have a nickname, and that's me, Zenyan, and Usta, Mikyo Kyujin. And for our presentation, we made the presentation in a game. So in my house, the process, the document to make this game I had. Therefore, Miyu Kyuji looked for the papers in my house to find how we were able to make this game, and I'd like to explain through that journey. Thank you. So we'd like to enter my house. Okay, we entered my house. This is my house. By looking at these objects, I'd like to talk. However, there is limited time that I can speak, so first I'm going to set the timer on the desk. Okay? So listen to Zenyan, that's the mission. So in front of the wall, I'd like to hear. In front of the pictures. This is my work. I am an Excel artist. I'm an illustrator specializing in dot drawings. And like this kind of animal and sweet faces and also these kind of landscape drawings. This is with a glitch, with a broken image. I'm expressing a snow mountain. So this is a Western picture, but I basically make various kinds of pictures or have painting styles. I also am involved in various client works. Client works, depending on the content of the work, you select the appropriate painting style. So I have a lot of painting style, and the more I work, the painting style increases. As an illustrator, that's a great thing. But as an artist, there's something that I contemplate because of this unlimited work. I wanted to unify that to one. It's a question without an answer, but the only potential where I was able to find was try to do a picture like this. It's a very symbolic picture. This, and like a seagull that crosses the ocean. Whether this is a wave or not, depending on the person, some may not see. Whether this is a river or a sea, you're not able to identify. It might be in the morning, it might be during lunch, or it might be in the evening. The images of that, I intentionally did not specify that and had the viewers to decide on that. In order to avoid specifying, I thought that I could make a picture that is unanimous, is same as this. These are very extreme, but it's somebody who is hiding from the rain. The fluency of the picture, I excluded that as much as possible and not put that into the picture, not to give joy to the picture. Therefore, it's very symbolic, but it's covered by block. And I'm not explaining what this block is, whether this is a house or where they're trapped in. That's really dependent on the viewer to decide. Next. Then picture and symbol and words, it's very difficult to separate, so they become quite similar to me, inside me. So writing art or writing a word becomes the same thing within me, which is where this game started. Next. So research regarding dot paintings. We go to the TV games in the Brown Con. This is when I was a child, I played Final Fantasy VI. What I touched upon earlier on in the characteristics of the video games in the past. In this game, there's a character called Tina. Character Tina has several different images. On the left-hand side is where Yoshitaka Amano wrote Tina as a concept art, and in the middle is the concept art has been represented in dots, which is Tina with a tall head, and the right-hand side is as you play the games. Tina is a small operable character that the player sees. It's the same Tina, but as you see, there are various generations, and when you're playing the game, you see the right Tina as you play the games, by looking at this small dot image, the world made in the concept art and art in a different level, you're seeing that at the same time. These are the games, the characteristics of the dot drawing games in the past. Next. Search for the secret of the landscape painting. So this is the picture of the landscape drawing. So I'm going to deviate a bit, but I love landscape painting. This is a work called Dream Journey Along the Shao'an River in China. In landscape painting, there is a word called gayu. In simple terms, it means a virtual reality of today. The meaning of this gayu is to look at these landscape paintings in your home, feel as you were on a trip and enjoy. And that is similar to the modern virtual reality. But there is a difference between the modern virtual reality, and that is that this picture is not a realistic picture. The image here it's not to accept as it is, but for the viewer has to look at this painting proactively and use the imagination and recall the memory of the landscape that they have seen. So this is an equipment in order to recall these memories. Therefore, gayu is within the viewer's brain. In order to recall that to the viewer's brain is how I interpret. And this is in a way linked to the dot picture characteristics. This is called the Mustard Seed Garden Manual of Painting, which is the Chinese painting handbooks. Inside this, it's like painting handbooks, how you write a tree, how you write leaves. So there's a manual on how you write these. This was in the period of Edo, so the Edo painter looked at this and learned how to write art, and this was accumulated to make this. I really like this picture or drawing, and the reason is because it's like the Chinese writings is repeated many times, and that's kind of accumulated. Taking many, many years, it's the manifesto, which I think is this form. So it's not a realistic painting, but how you take the line, how you capture the characteristics is very extreme. It's the ultimate picture drawing of the tree is how I feel. In Western pictures, it's like a Matisse who rewrote that kind of drawing, and with that, it's a drawing, but it's also like a Chinese writing. Next. This is a dot painting with a map chip method applied. So small tree parts, grass parts, you create this beforehand and you kind of combine that to make a big world is the methodology. For this, in the landscape painting and looking at the textbook to create a larger world, I think it's close to that. Next. This is the dream journey along the Shao and Shan rivers. So the Chinese military person wrote this, but for the Chinese military person, first you have the calligraphy, and after that there is the poem. So there's the calligraphy, poetry, and in extension to that there's the painting. Because of this history, to this painting, there is a characteristic naturally very close to writings. On the other hand, when you look at the origins of the video games, when you go back to the history of video games, as you see here, the left-hand side ones are where programs proceed only with games, like adventure games, and the right-hand one are text as well as emoji and symbols where the world is depicted. From calligraphy, it expands to the drawing, which may be something common between landscape paintings as well as video games. Next. Until when the prototype is made. So we're going to search this computer or PC. This is a rabbit that's hopping around. As a game object, this rabbit that's hopping around, as you can see, is given a program to go up and down in this rectangle container. And in this, you kind of combine various rabbits, which makes you feel as though the rabbit is hopping. So when you remove the picture, it's basically this box going up and down. What you put here can be frogs or humans, it can be anything. Because what I just explained was in my brain, I decided to put inside a letter inside. By this, you're able to imagine or express a rabbit that is jumping up. The words that you put in doesn't have to be noun. It can be these kind of sound words where you're able to express hopping up and down. Next. These words and sentences, by combining them, when you make this an action game, it becomes like a concrete poetry, a prototype. I thought that I could make a small, short action game using a poetry. However, that proved more difficult than imagined. Regarding the poetry or poems, what I had thought. This is a poem that I like. It's from Matsuo Basho and also a poem by Li Bai. In terms of these poems, I contemplated for 6 months. After the prototype was made, I only had to think about the sentences, but I somehow wasn't able to make it. I've never written a poetry, so I started questioning what is poetry. And I tried to write something using a poem-like techniques. It wasn't interesting. I also generated random words using AI and tried to make it like computer art. Still not interesting. The poems that I like are things like this. So I wondered how, in front of these wonderful words, can I behave without being embarrassed? That's where my couldn't write for 6 months. And at the end, I realized it doesn't have to be a poem. So I stopped being trapped by poetry. I realized that my goal was simply to entertain people. So I stopped trying to write a poetry, and I was suddenly able to write, and I finished my sentences in almost a day. Lastly, this is the game that I completed. Now I want to go explain. The day I couldn't write a poem. Hello, I am Zhenyan. I was trying to create a game about a moving poetry, a wish I wasn't able to fulfill. Lovely words, lovely style, lovely imagery. This uses a word like the hurdle is increasing. Mulling over such things, my hopes soared impossibly high. To explain my work by myself is a bit strange, but I am taking this opportunity, but I don't have much time, so I have to go. And my hopes soared impossibly high, keeping me from moving forward. From situations and movements, I'm going to supplement. But I really wanted to make the game. Ooh. So for now, I'll give up on writing. What I can do, go, is make a game using my own words. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Please play the game so that you can see the end of this game. Are you going to show this video other than the exhibition? You can play this video from your PC online. You can use your browser to access the game, and English version is available. English version is also available. I'd like to ask you how you separated your roles. Mikyo Kyoji-san, you try to speak out. Any comments? As you saw in the presentation, Zenya-san handled everything, and after that, I got to know him through some work, and I heard about this project, and I handled some programming and implementation to create the game version. The process up to here was explained meticulously, and it is convincing. I learned a lot. It was fun. And I think with this, I can further enjoy your game. What about the outlook in the future after reaching this point? And you've said you cannot add your own touches and senses, but I think you are doing that, and I'm wondering what you'd like to do in the future after this. Well, as I mentioned in the first part of my presentation, I'd like to spend long time in my life on some theme. This time I'm expressed myself through the game. That is one milestone. And other than games, for example, through a piece of painting or 2D work, perhaps I can express myself. In that direction, I'd like to express and embody my idea. That could be possible. And in the form of video games, Perhaps I can maintain the current approach, or perhaps I can come up with different approaches based on a video game to express the mind. That is also possible. Then you can release this as you can release something else as another game. That could be possible. It's not specific, but yes. I'm not sure at what time you made this, but why you decided to submit this to TDC? This is something I created for no objectives, purposes, but this has become something like concrete poetry. It's not something I can earn money through, but I wanted to release this at some places. And to me, design world was scary, intimidating to me. That is something, there are so many scary people all around, setting high bars, requiring very high expertise, but I thought that is not everything about the design world. That is something I've been feeling toward TDC, so perhaps someone may notice my work. That is the expectation and trust I had on TDC, and that's why I decided to submit this work to TDC. And I think we are running out of time. I wish I could ask a lot more questions to you, but we've reached the time limit. We'd like to close this session. Thank you very much.